fight of our lives, gotta survive. Welcome to 515. About to go live, party or die. We go with savage tonight. Step in the spot with my crew. Together we're stronger than ever. Will we start your crew? Victory's ours. I would have thought you knew. We're unstoppable. MVP defeat ain't optional. This ain't hard to do. Our team achieve the impossible. My whole squad is lit. Ain't gonna talk.
Think you can catch up?
I am the constellation of fear.
Blind confidence will get you nowhere. My needle is more than a doll sewing tool.
Feel my wrath. Tear them to shreds!
I can't wait to fight.
Worthy.
My aim is impeccable!
Let's fight, side by side.
I don't bend or break.
I'll show you what fighting really is.
If you need a new spirit animal,
You are failing the Oriental Warriors. My shells are not for show. wait to fight.
You can't run from my arrow.
Got a fluffy friend in me?
Wise choice.
Oh, not for show.
Tear them to shreds!
Where do you think you're going?
Not for show.
I can handle that.
I'll show you what fighting really is.
My darts bite!
Not knowing oneself, that's the worst.
My aim is impeccable!
I'm in charge here.
I need a new spirit animal.
Oh, not for show.
My life, my choice.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Wise choice.
I'd rather lose than stop fighting. I will protect the good and people around me. You've got a fluff.
Chase me. I can't wait to fight.
Let me harness you.
can't run.
My hands are made for fighting. Blind confidence will get you nowhere.
My flying techniques are not for show.
My darts bite! You can try to catch me. My aim is impeccable!
Not for show.
Blind confidence will get you nowhere.
I can't wait to fight.
Tear them to shreds!
decide who I am.
My darts bite!
I will do anything for the Abyss. Anything!
I'll show you what fighting really is.
Need a helping hand? My guy's on the way.
You can try to catch me.
Who here is...
I don't bend or break.
The show continues. Light forever shines upon my cloak.
I'll show you what fighting really is.
You can say no to a panda.
We're not done here.
I'm in charge here.
can handle that.
Your true leader has returned to the desert.
The man who can beat me has not been born yet.
Can't wait to fight.
No disguise can fool my eyes.
Tear them to shreds!
Who would recognize someone as weak as you?
Feels heavy.
Danger. Addictive.
Who here is worthy?
I can't wait to fight.
On alert.
closing in. No questions asked.
Nothing scares me, not even death. Weapons are meant to protect, nothing else.
I will protect the good and people around me.
One more round.
My flying techniques are not for show. Think you can catch up?
Time for some needlework. a doll sewing tool. You can try to catch me. My needle is more than a doll sewing tool.
Can't wait to fight.
I was made for destruction.
Not for show.
You can't run from my arrow. Where do you think you're going? Wise choice.
My flying techniques are not for
The
show.
ocean is not just our home. It is who we are.
I can handle that.
I'll show you what fighting really is.
Are not for show.
Hey, not bad.
I can't wait to fight.
Who here is worthy?
The man who can beat me has not been born yet. Need a helping hand? My guy's on the way. In the world of Kung Fu, speed defines the winner. say no to a panda.
Let's fight. Side by side.
You've true heat.
Time for some needlework. You can't run. Let's fight. Side by side.
You need a new spirit animal.
Not for show. Let me harness you. My needle is more than a doll sewing tool.
I don't bend or break.
My darts bite!
I'll show you what fighting
Can't wait to fight.
really is.
You've got a fluffy friend in me.
Chicken wing!
Time for some needlework. Not for show.
My needle.
We fight for peace.
Everybody has to start.
I will protect the good and people around me. I'd rather lose than stop fighting.
Always ready for my new life. My not for show.
can't run from my arrow.
I will protect the good and people around me.
For sure.
Need a helping hand? A guy's on the way. If you need a new spirit animal,
Chase me.
I do what I want to do. I will do anything for the Abyss. Anything!
You can't run.
Blind confidence will get you nowhere.
Chase me.
you can say no to a panda.
wait to
The
fight.
shore is never as far away as it seems.
My hands are made for fighting.
Let's get moving.
Third light and blue, not for sure.
Minoan rage!
Closing in.
Where do you think you're going?
Not for sure.
I have a hammer to swing.
A bright future.
Nobody gets to decide who I am.
Tear them to shreds! I'll show you what fighting really is. I'm an artist of combat.
Nothing scares me, not even death.
My body feels heavy. Think you can catch up?
I think Ixia is way too risky. Because there's still so many options to go for dive into that back line, right? You still have, like you mentioned, Lapu Lapu. We still have the Khalid. Even X-Borg might deal some damage into that back line. So we'll see the choice here. They go for the Kaja pick first for Shaco. And now we're waiting on that EXP. What do you think it's going to be?
It's all pickoffs right here. I feel like they require some kind of tankiness. Uranus maybe, right? As I called it out, man. They have a lot of tankiness, but they don't really have the front line to deal with all this DPS. Now this is the problem. We saw that Uranus was so good in the hands of Dixon, only because he was up against an Irithel, as well as, I recall it being a Burst Mage. Now against a Claude, an Edith, a Martis, and a Novaria. This is an abundance of damage that could very well melt through the HP bar if Dixon oversteps in the middle of a team fight.
It's also a pretty good Lapu game, no?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. It is absolutely possible. I think for Alter Ego as well.
Would also be an option to go for here.
Grok.
No Yuzong.
Oh, Grok's banned.
Grok's banned out as well. Lapu Lapu is the obvious choice.
Paquito?
But they can go for the Paquito. We haven't seen it from Pai for a long time.
Oh,
Dyroth. Okay.
Wow.
Winning matchup. What we said earlier. The priorities for Alter Ego.
But in that late game, the fact that...
Oof, man, these two drafts have potential. All will, I think, come down to the execution and how well they can predict each other's movements in the early game, man. Because I think DEWA will require some kind of snowball to actually get the full benefit of this comp. If they take it late, Alter Ego has so many things going on for them. DPS, intelligence, right? Vision from the Novaria. I think DEWA will be very desperate to try and get something in the early game.
But on the contrary, you would say the same for Alter Ego. Alter Ego also needs to snowball with their Martis pick. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the battle for the early game, the battle for the brackets, the battle for their playoff run. DEWA United, the Apostles of God, facing off the three-face masks in match number 2, game number 1.
Oh, Shaco with a good steal already early on. Something you need to face off against when you go and start on the purple buff. A lot of times now we've seen that the little purple buff always gets stolen away, especially by Shaco.
Here's a 2v2 situation on the top side. It's Keys and Dixon. They're pretty strong in the early game though. I feel like Alter Ego might want to be a bit careful. Novaria and Dyroth, respectively, are a bit more vulnerable to just getting all in. But no, here we go, fight it in the Lito.
Onward and an Earth Shatter, now only on to Shaco, who's also went for the Brave Smite, so he should be able to sustain back up. Lanaya walking up, Retri to pick the Lethal up.
And there it is. That's the beauty of having the Farsa and the Kaja in the mid lane. Super high mobility, super fast clear, and you can finally see that they're able to utilize that dominance on the other lanes, the respective lanes, the EXP lane that we have been so concerned about. As anything standing out here for emblems?
Tenacity is on the side of DEWA United, because they have to survive more. But overall, I think the weapon mastery in the hands of Keys show that he understands with what being on a Brody, he won't be as reliable in that late game. So he's trying to supplement that damage a bit more, being the only one who does that. And Udil with the life drain means that he understands also that the mid lane clear very much is on the side of Novaria in this matchup. So that will give him a bit of an edge, especially in the early game when both teams are just going to be fighting it out.
So many quantum charges for Alter Ego here.
They love charging their quantums, man. They love using their mobility to try to outplay in these team fights. Onward, onto the front, Lanaya taking a lot of damage. Abyssal Strike and another Shatter with a Flicker. Combo together, Alter Ego is found one with a decimation by Selly Boy as well.
He found one pick, but at the same time, Dixon still available to just be a problem here if Alter Ego wants to commit on this. I wonder if Alter Ego are going to try and get the turtle, or they're going to try and use the turtle to catch more kills from the side of DEWA United. Because so far, you can see that Selly Boy is moving away from
a lot of CC. Pi jumping forward, Dixon taking low, the Abyssal Strike executes him, and it's another decimation onto Lanaya. Alter Ego with the full early game control and another spear to end the fight with.
Oh, and Alter Ego, they're getting more aggressive into DEWA United, and that's definitely the snowball that we were afraid of. Talent's prediction by the Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G shows a 3v3.
That's interesting, man. I mean, Pablo is always a contrarian, but you know, on the English desk, nothing is really what it seems. As we take a look at the talent prediction ranking, it's your big man Goni. Number 1 right here, BMG 56 points, with a 63% accuracy, man. Shevin following closely behind. I wonder if they have figured out this game as well, though, because we thought it was going to be a bit more equal, but Alter Ego is completely decimating DEWA, making use of their very, very strong early game comp.
You know what the irony is, Arashi? Is RQ number 2 on standings?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Then both Arashi and RQ have been dethroned by Goni and Onyx.
Absolutely.
That's kind of funny. Yeah, it's a painful pill to swallow, but let's see how this game goes at least, because so far, DEWA United, if they really want to slow this down a bit, I think they can still really win it out. We see that Shaco hasn't really been able to use his Divine Judgments as well, and now Lanaya.
Oh man, no Earth Shatter used up just yet, but Lanaya's already lost so much HP. Uno claims the kill. Now Nino on the back. Watt able to flicker out from the wall. Rossi taking low, gets a kill for Watt there, but look at Udil with an Astral Meteor picking up a kill. 1-4-2.
That's a huge win for Alter Ego here. 3,000 gold lead. And they were able to take Watt down as well in the process, as once again Alter Ego just taking everything away from DEWA. But luckily, Lanaya is still able to secure that purple buff.
But that means no turtle.
Oh.
Well, we'll see, man. That's a free turtle for Alter Ego, unfortunately. And DEWA, they're really stuck on this damage control phase. And in the early game, it is difficult. And now Dixon might have the backup required. It might take down Pi.
For the airstrike coming down. Pi! Wow! Beautiful disengage. Sunny Boy knows there's no more maneuverability. The Mortal Coil comes down with the Astral Echo. But Alter Ego are unable to look for anything more. It's just a flicker burnt out. Still quite value for Alter Ego.
So difficult right now for DEWA because of the unexpected damage from this Novaria from Udil. The fact that you don't have to build so many items to actually get some more damage due to the kit, right? With the Astral Sphere doing more damage, the farther you travel when you crash the first part of it, I think it's a huge amount of damage that really is unfair in the early game, showing again why this hero is very, very prio in the early game.
So for now, 6 minutes in, you can say that Alter Ego Esports has a good grip on the dominance of the game. 3,500 gold lead. You can even see the gold differences here as well by UBS Gold. And for the gold lane in particular, Nino is leading quite a bit, and being behind on a Brody in a Brody Claude matchup. That's definitely not favorable for DEWA United as Alter Ego looking for more.
Financial Echo, City tanking up. Being chunked, one turret shot. One trying to get the wings. There's Shadow Flicker from Rossi. The Shaco gets caught in the blazing duet. Nino picks up a kill. K's now. No Flicker to play with. But Lanaya is here. For some cover, Celiboy gets out with a Mortal Coil. It's a free turret and a kill. 2 kills down below.
Man, that's so much damage, and you can see DEWA United, they're stuck trying to damage control right here. They can't really have any chance to do a proactive maneuver of their own. Every single time they use a battle spell, an ultimate, it's all because they are forced to do so by the aggression of Alter Ego, which is exactly what Alter Ego needs to do if they want to keep snowballing, and from the looks of it, use Celiboy in a very aggressive fashion.
And they have been able to do that over and over here. What's he on right now? 205 KDA so far, not being able to be taken down, not even once. What? I think he doesn't have the damage just yet as well to participate well in these team fights. What's his item looking like? I'm actually quite curious. I think he has Malefic Roar?
Oh, wait. Divine Judgment coming down. Only onto Rossi, who's still going to be able to survive. The Primal Wrap gets him up for a bit before the Tornaport Memory takes his life. Decimation coming down. Appraiser's Wrath on the Celiboy, but the Mortal Coil saves his life. Going for another right now, but Wild claims the shutdown and the double kill. Looking for more as he free hits in the back. Pi jumping forward. Getting zoned away by K's. 2 for 2. I think it's worth it for DEWA.
2 for 2 and a shutdown on Celiboy as well. DEWA striking back with the mid-game power spike, but at what cost? They've been losing turrets, and now Nino takes one more on the top side. He's having a great game right here, being allowed to farm freely again and again, and if he is not controlled later on, it's going to be a huge problem. DEWA United are kind of lacking when it comes to the crowd control department.
Yeah, they only have literally a taunt from Fredrin and a single target there from Kaja. But what exactly went down in that team fight?
Celiboy went in with the decimation, but afterwards, the Feather Airstrike zones everyone away, and Watt, man, he is just so good at spacing right here, reading the maneuvers, dodging the final Astral Sphere as well. And what? You leave him alone, he will make you question it and say, what just happened?
And even the itemization, I actually said what? Eterna asked the question, I looked back. He went for first item Malefic Roar. And I have to see if he completed it after the double kill.
Right before that team fight.
Exactly. Oh, Lanaya walking forward, catching Celiboy, but with the Mortal Coil. No kill threat. Down below though, that's definitely kill threat. Pi able to escape Tornaport Memory. Not enough to take Pi down.
So what can DEWA United do with this mid-game power spike? Dixon with the Oracle is now regenning so much more, but Nino is out of control, taking down structures that will be very valuable in the late game for Alter Ego. The control and the vision will allow them to just outmaneuver DEWA, and they're bursting down the Lord.
He's playing so objectively. Lanaya.
Gonna burst it down. He tried to go for a steal, and it is not a good attempt for DEWA United. They will lose out a chance to contest, and they'll lose out their jungler. Alter Ego, still clean.
By the way, looking at the real-time win probability for Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, 63% for Alter Ego, and man, the fan base is feeling it. It's so loud. They're right behind us, and can you blame them? Alter Ego, they're looking solid so far, making very minimal mistakes. And with this Lord available, there's also a chance for them to just start sieging, especially with the Novaria pick in the hands of Udo.
But I feel like, DEWA United, they've been in this position before, and they're kind of like a wild card. Somehow, even though they're behind, they are able to find a moment to turn it back around. And with Watt picking up that DHS, do you think that they're heading in the right direction, or is this just GG for Alter Ego?
The DHS will help his damage output, give him some more survivability as well. I think it's a step in the right direction, but I don't think it's going to only be Watt, right? The damage is going to fall off. It's going to be Keys as well, who's doing well trying to avoid deaths with the Lightning Truncheon. Maybe now DEWA United can do something with the assistance of the turret.
For the airstrike coming down for the side of DEWA United for Caves. That was a good spear to the back as well. By the way, the Alter Ego fans in the building are absolutely phenomenal. You can really feel the atmosphere. And even for DEWA United, by the way, Just have to wait for them to start winning before the fans start singing.
This feels like a classical derby.
Exactly.
Do you see how packed the arena is?
It's a full house.
It's amazing. But I'm worried, I'm concerned. Oh
my God.
The damage!
Threading the needle. Dixon in the midst of it all right now. Bissom strike coming down. But they're all caught. Primal Wrath coming down as well. Torn apart memory. Locking Rossi out. Watts positioning. Almost got them a victory. Look at the health bars.
That's unfortunate, man. If Keys was present without being chunked out in the middle of that fight, that really could have been the turn-around moment, but Udil has done it. That is the danger of the Novaria in the late game, and you can expect some Athena shields on the side of DEWA. Because it doesn't matter if you have damage, if you get chunked down before the fight even begins. Now, without the turret in the bottom side, this is key for Alter Ego, trying to find traps, trying to find ways to invade into the jungle. But DEWA so far has been able to stave off the aggression, unless...
Going in, invading. The team with more map pressure will always be doing this. Continuously suffocating DEWA United.
Continuously suffocating indeed. I mean, Alter Ego, 9,000 gold lead on DEWA United right now. Only 12 minutes has elapsed, and you were talking about the Athena shield. Lanaya bought it earlier on, so they're starting to respect that damage output coming in from Udil. And talking about magic damage, speaking about magic damage, I feel like Keys' damage is so underwhelming. Did you see how much damage it was doing? It was barely anything. Onto Celiboy, who I believe doesn't even have an Athena shield yet.
I mean, he just completed the Lightning Truncheon very late in the game right here. So more items will be required before it can even be a real presence. And look at Alter Ego, man, denying Lanaya any shot. Now Dixon, what is he doing?
He's trying to create an opening for Lanaya, but the onward locks him down. He's still able to dash forward. Celiboy claims it with Retribution right now, and Pi jumps forward. Torn apart memory, Watson Case gets the kill! DEWA looking for the fight. That's a flicker forward from Dixon. Finding Pi, the Immortality Pop, locking him down just for a bit. But there's no more follow-up. A kill traded in for the Lord. How did DEWA even find Nino?
Shaco, man. Shaco, Divine Judgment, used Conceal as well, and everyone just utilized all their arsenal, everything that they had on it to Nino, and eventually he had it to pass.
Lanaya, with the burn from the jungle item, he actually got the purple buff. Rossi almost denied it, but he got it. So a small win for Lanaya in this game so far, going for his own purple as well, with the Lord coming in right here. Nino up, but only from the base. DEWA will be able to clear this out, I think. Can they find something more after that, though?
Let's see, the Astral Echo is in place down. 4 members revealed. Lanaya, still very healthy. Comes in, holds the Lord off. And they're able to clear it out before the minion wave crashes in the mid lane. Appraiser's Wrath used up. Earth Shatter as well from Rossi. Celiboy, very, very close there from getting caught in Divine Judgment, but it's still, Conceal. They want to look for more for the airstrike to the front right now. Look at the damage coming down, and Watts positioning in the back. Still free hitting as the Divine Judgment locks Rossi down. Immortality popped, and now he's going to lose his life. Killing spree. Celiboy, another one of the top being blocked. Or the base turrets. 2, 4, 1. Kill for base turret.
Alter Ego's passive is starting to turn on here. We're nearing that mid towards that late moment in the game, and it looks like DEWA United, they're completely turning it around with Rossi and Celiboy off the board. Look at that.
They're falling off. Yeah, for sure they're falling off. Pi, he's in a position where, alright, he does damage, but he can't frontline. No frontliners here. DEWA can take whatever they want.
They're not out damaging Alter Ego, but they are outlasting with the front line, especially because Nino and Pi, they have to be very careful with their positioning. Compared to DEWA, they just play defensive. They let the wall, right, the meat shield in the front, take all the impact. And look at Watt and Keys, man. In the past 2 fights, they have not been targeted. They have not been dove at. And that is something that Alter Ego can still do if they really want to try and get a decisive teamfight win.
Look at that goal lead just instantly shift.
It was a 10K gold lead at one point.
10K! 3K now, 4K closer, but just losing these team fights over and over. DEWA United being able to defend over and over. It's starting to hurt Alter Ego. And in the late game, I do believe that both teams have a fighting chance.
All comes down to the execution. If Alter Ego are able to actually output the damage, pick someone off, which they have the kit for, right? Good amount of physical and magical burst damage, they can get a lead before the fight even begins. But with all the Athenas, all the defensive items being built and completed for DEWA United right now, Rasi gets pulled in.
Beautiful dodge away. Watto takes a lot of damage, still able to space out. Torn apart memory, fadeaway kill. Rossi gets picked off as well. Dixon gets out. Lanai with a taunt. And then the Brazers Rat buying a little bit more time as Nino is still in the front side there. Shako with the help of Kaze takes Nino out. And just like that, you can hear the silence from the Alter Ego fans. You can start to hear the DEWA United fans in the building.
Again, against all odds, the Apostles of God, DEWA United, they find opportunities and they take it for themselves. 3-4-0 trade, getting that inhibitor turret in the mid lane. The things were looking so bleak for DEWA United, but they're always so calm, so calculated, and now they have the Lord uncontested from Alter Ego.
Sally Boy late to the party, a secured Lord, and finally a gold lead for DEWA United after that huge sequence of events. That's just the problem, man. You have a solid late game gold laner, but can he even be present? Nino stepped forward for just a second and he got instantly deleted. With the Lord right now, with the advantage in range, in burst, in frontliners, can they do something? But Dixon!
Winter Truncheon! He buys the time, not enough though. That's a decimation and an Abyssum Strike. Too much damage to hold off. Let's see if DEWA can still make use of this Lord despite not having Dixon.
Man, I didn't realize that nasty combo. Decimate after the shred coming in from the Dyra.
Yeah.
Yuck.
It's a lot of physical damage and Dixon definitely felt that. Fortunately for DEWA, they kind of lost a bit of momentum with that, but they will be able to get some more turrets. And Alter Ego are the ones adapting, they're going in!
Flicker, conceal everything, and the kitchen sink again! Abyssum Strike and a decimation.
Now DEWA United, they're running for their lives back to the base, back to a few minutes ago, where despite DEWA United holding 1,000 gold lead, look at the map, it's completely red. And this is the advantage that Alter Ego has. They have 2 base inhibitor turrets from DEWA United that they can utilize, that they can play with. And remember, they have a Claude, so it's looking kind of scary for DEWA United now.
It's always entertaining when it's an Alter Ego match. Win or lose. Let's take a look at the mid lane right now and onward connecting and a very good escape from Dixon. Rossi loses his life, super extends into the back right now, but Watt isn't able to find a total part memory. Now it's going to be Kaze kiting back. Mid lane base turret taken down. Sully Boy with a Mortal Coil just dashes across. 3 base turrets now down for DEWA United and Alter Ego. They seem to have taken back control of the game.
A brute force base turret take from Alter Ego, man. They knew that Lanaya was not in the picture just yet, but barely. If they overstayed their welcome right there, if they were caught in a fight by DEWA United, that could have been disastrous, but they have pulled it off, and it's now down to the Lords and the fact that there are no more base turrets. DEWA United has recovered from a situation like this before, but this is going to be a very tough one, especially with the advantages, the tools that Alter Ego has so reliably secured for themselves in the early side of the game.
And this is what I'm concerned about, right? When things go quiet, oh, here it is. Rossi already concealing.
Oh, they're doing the same thing. Literally the same thing happening on both sides of the map, but what's the difference? Sully Boy has immortality. He's able to survive for a bit right now. Watts and Kaze in the back, still free hitting as Dixon fights Nino. Rossi with the onward onto Watt. He's still able to dish out damage and a stun from the corrosive strike. Takes Rossi out 1-4-2, and it's a gold laner that Alter Ego have just lost.
Deadly Kiss coming in from Watt over there. 2-for-1 trade. Kaze picks up a Holy Crystal, so even more damage for DEWA United. And I honestly thought that this could have been so dangerous for DEWA United. Remember, Alter Ego, I'm just so afraid of a split push Claude situation, but without Claude, there's nothing to worry about.
Two members down from Alter Ego right here. DEWA United needs to force this. They have to make it a bit lower, right? Threaten it a bit more if they want to make use of it. Nino is up in 2 seconds. He will be rushing straight towards the Lord. As DEWA, they're taking it way too slow. It's going to be yet another fight, but look at the wave on the top side of the map. This is a gamble. We'll see if it pays off.
They need to commit, whether they like it or not. Dixon now trying to zone Sully Boy, but they don't have CC. Lanaya versus the world. Dixon fights it for the team. Now goes for the winner. Truncheon. Nino purifies out, gets out with the BMI. They were running for the hills. Udil. This could be the game.
Oh my God, the base.
Saving play.
The base.
Udil walking up. The Astro Recall grants him the space. Udil takes the game to his own hands and ends it for Alter Ego.
The risk was made, the decision was made, the call was made in that split-second moment. DEWA was able to get the Lord, but unfortunately, miscalculation on how much damage, and the minions from DEWA weren't out just yet. And Alter Ego were able to win it, just like that. Wow!
That is crazy. I thought that was the moment that DEWA was looking for. They got everything they needed. The Lord secured by Dixon. The members' advantage because they won out in that fight. But Udil says otherwise, man.
Give it to the Winions and give it to the Kage.
Man, they grouped at the Lord so early on, and they weren't rushing it. If they sent someone else to clear the way first, I think it could have still made it back to the Lord pit. And that shows again that at the highest level, man, wave management, even the most minor things will be the deciding factor here.
But to be fair, that was like a 5 second window.
Yeah.
Right? It was so close. They were so close to, defending that base. It was microseconds.
It was the Astral Recall, man. Udo was just gliding. He was chill about it, man.
He was
just
planing.
Huh?
He was planing.
Oh my goodness. Reference to game number 1. You have to watch it to understand.
I just realized what he meant.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the viewers probably feel.
Yep. Well, he was just planing.
That's what DEWA feels right now.
I think DEWA feels way worse than that, right? I mean, they had the game in their grasp again, but you can't really blame DEWA, I feel. That was a risk that they needed to take. I mean, if it wasn't them committing onto the Lord, it would have just been forced errors, and it would have been a free Lord and then another defense.
But his argument was like, send someone there.
True.
To like defend from this guy, right? The Kage, like you mentioned, the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Udil on the Novaria with a KP of 69%, and a very interesting emblem choice and talent choice here.
Went for all the penetration he can get so that he can focus more on the burst damage, and afterwards the life drain, like we mentioned, allowed him to be so much more dominant in the early stage, where Alter Ego were trying to just wrestle control away. You can get more back into the items later, because if you see the Divine Glaive and the Ice Queen's Wand, that is pretty standard. You would think that maybe a Glowing Wand could really add more damage here with the HP stacking from the front line of DEWA. But the final item, the Genius Wand, I think actually really has great synergy with that Edith pick. And that is why he went for it. Man, we're gonna take a look at some of the highlights of this game soon after, and we can see exactly what this man is able to do. Find information, do damage, control the waves, especially in the middle of these big team fights, man. Even his placements on the Astral Meteor has always been on point.
You can even see in so many situations just Watt having a very difficult time at some point until he started to adjust. And his positioning now grants him a little bit more safety. But earlier on, the damage from Udil was enough to take Watt like half health and render him kind of useless. Luckily, because of his talent choice, he's still able to sustain within the team fight.
That's a great adaptation from the side of DEWA United, man. Buying Athena shields was definitely the right idea. It can send more people to just block the shot for Watt in the beginning of the fight, right? And afterwards, Watt, look at how much more impact he has here compared to Nino. Nino was having a very rough game every single time. Pay attention right here on the top side. Nino tries to be, relevant in this fight, but he just gets deleted so often. Right here, it's just 2 spells.
Wow.
Boom. Double kill by Keys. And that was the story of the game. And Alter Ego, they did a great job of looking for opportunities like this where they can just completely full-on aggress because they have already invested in the control in the base turrets all the way from the early game. Everything ties into it.
Yeah, but I would like to imagine a world if DEWA United cleared that minion on time.
I think it would have been over if they did clear the minion on time. And there's still one cannon minion. It's a big... I think they should have just sent one member over right before. Well, right after the Lord Steal. Yeah.
No, I think before. I think there was time because if you realize how slowly they were taking that Lord, right? I think there was time. But because, man, it was down to seconds, like you say, Turner. Even if Udo wasn't there, you leave those minions alone for another like 4 seconds. They would have taken the game on their own without Udo's intervention.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to say, right? Like, how?
It's literally
because
divine...
they needed the members there because they had no idea where Alter Ego was.
Yeah, for sure.
And they wouldn't leave Watt alone.
And that's credit to Alter Ego. It's not a mistake from DEWA. Alter Ego made it that way, right? They saw the waves, they saw the opportunities, and they were fighting the good fight in the Lord Pit as well. So I think you have to give credit to Alter Ego for that situation, that scenario as well. And looking at the items here, I think that Athena Shield from Nino definitely made it a bit more difficult for DEWA United to get a decisive fight right there. Maybe it would have... I think it slowed DEWA United enough for Udo to find that window, man. Because initially, 1 or 2 Feather Airstrike bolts just takes him out of the game completely. So, really said that both these team comps have a solid chance in the late game. And we see it go down to the wire, man.
I think if you take a look at the emblems here...
So baffled, man.
Yeah, again, I think it was the Quantum Charge, too, that really helped them, right? I mean, a lot of the mobility, the back and forth, constantly... I will have to say, though, Nino was caught off way more than I expected on a Claude. I understand, against the Brody, it's already really tough. Add the Farsa on top of that, it gets even tough, and then the Kaja as well. But towards the end, it just feels like Nino was going at it with the same ways that he did in the early game. He got caught a few times with the Divine Judgment and stuff, but he kept on going with the same approach.
And it's difficult. One spell, we saw one of the other fights, he got hit by a Athena Shield. He had the Athena Shield, got hit by the Feather Airstrike twice, and he was just so low, and Dixon made the play to secure that kill. So I think he might have been more used to like an Irithel, someone that's a bit more mobile, a bit more secure. Or maybe in the early game, with how well Alter Ego was doing, he just felt like, you know what, I can get away without building some defensive options. And DEWA has proven that, nah, that doesn't happen, man. You gotta respect our potential to come back, because if you look at the stats right here, it was very, very even. It was a very tense game that could have went to either team.
That should have been DEWA United's game, honestly. With how things were going, that was just a beautiful opportunity in the late stage of that game where that minions.
Winions. They're not minions. They're Winions.
Winions.
Say it right.
Winions.
They won the
Oh,
game.
relax. Why so aggressive? Are you DEWA? Are you Alter Ego?
I said I'm on the Winion team.
He's a Winion spokesperson.
The Winion spokesperson.
Yeah.
Winion MVP.
Because Winions can't talk.
You're right.
So they need someone to
represent.
Exactly.
Well, if you want to represent, you might as well show that you are an intelligent individual, because there are points that you can make, especially if you have invested in Indomart Point Coup, man. It's a lot of points.
What do you get with the points from Indomart Point Coup, Arashi?
Well, every time you shop at Indomart, you get points that can be used to get discounts, special member-only gifts, and free products. So, don't get the Indomart Retry as well in the game. Make sure you download the Indomart Point Coup app and use it every time you shop for anything in Indomart. I know you go there, man. It's everywhere, all around Jakarta, all around Indonesia as well. And especially for the studio audiences, man. you've got to visit the Indomart Poinku booth.
Yes, for sure. So you can meet Mr. Robert. Unfortunately, Fitri is not there today, but it's fine because you get Mr. Robert. He's also just as kind, just as nice, and look, oh, thumbs up. See?
Hey.
He's saying thank you for
Mr.
calling
Robert.
him kind.
Thank
We're
you,
keeping tabs. We're keeping
Mr.
notes right here. Robert. Write that down. Write that down. Robert.
This face has this name, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert.
There you go.
Try to test it later.
Hello, Mr. Robert.
Talk to
You
Mr.
having
Robert.
a good time? He's having a definitely having a good time, right?
He
Because
seems fresh.
because he gets free coffee there.
Oh.
Right? For us, Point Coffee, we get a 30% discount.
You
Still
don't get
good
100
value.
like Mr. Robert,
No. You have to work there.
like Mr. Robert
Yeah.
and Fitri.
But yeah, both of these people will explain that you guys can get a 30% discount using the Discount PC30 promo code because, you know, Point Coffee, specialty coffee, perfect barista.
Perfect barista. Mr. Robert.
Perfect barista.
He's a perfect barista.
He's not the barista.
Who's the barista?
Fitri.
But he's not here today.
Maybe she was in the toilet.
Then how do you explain the coffee that I got?
That's why.
Is that tea?
Maybe Fitri was in the toilet.
Oh, it is coffee. I thought it was gonna be tea.
Have your tea made by Fitri.
Is this tea? Oh yeah, I love this tea.
At what time? At 3.
Ooh.
On a tree.
No.
Okay, I
Nice
tried.
try.
I tried.
Good
I
try.
tried. It's okay. I tried. Just like DEWA tried in game number 1 there.
They tried, but it ended up being free.
Ooh.
Huh?
Winions.
Oh.
They must be yelling out "Re."
Unfortunate.
Well, we'll see, man. Alter Ego, that's definitely a great ego boost, you know, or not exactly an ego boost. It's more of a morale boost here, showing that, okay, even when the going gets tough, even when we take it to the late game, we can match up to this team, man. We have it in us. We just have to keep doing what we do best.
Which is?
And maybe drink some coffee.
Oh, no wonder he was quiet. I was like waiting for Mirko to catch it. Turns out he's busy. Does it say, hello, Mirko, you're the cutest boy ever? What?
Hello, OG.
Yo, buddy.
I think this is their order. That's okay.
It's okay. Because for those of you watching at home, you guys can get your hands. No, grab. You can't say grab your hands, actually. Well, grab this discount, right? 90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab Car throughout the event. So if you guys want to hop over and meet Fitri, Ahmad, Rafi, Fira.
Did you just forget Robert?
And Robert. You guys can come to the venue, use the discount because why not, right? And if you guys want to get diamonds or MLBB hero skins, you guys can stay tuned for the Grab challenges. So we love you, Grab. So much.
I mean, I love Grab so much that I use OVO as well to pay for all my Grab bookings, orders, etc. Why? Because it's the best. I get the most promos out of it too, and I get OVO points.
What do you do with the OVO points?
Well, I can buy another thing, you know? Like I can buy, let's say, I buy food for 50,000, I get cash back, 5,000 OVO points.
Okay.
If I keep on racking that up, I'll go to anywhere, Indomart, let's say, and I'll pay with OVO. That's why they first picked it. All right, we'll ban it out. But I think the core bans for Alter Ego really shows you the respect, right? The Baksha, the Yves, and also the Terizla. Literally, these 3 heroes are the 3 heroes that you always see in DEWA victories.
Here's the first pick, though, for DEWA. It's going to be that Edith. And it's so flexible. Rossi was able to find great success on it. Especially when your team is really there to back you up, when you are having an advantage, you can go real crazy with that onward and Earth Shatter combo, man.
Now the question is, with the Edith pickup, like you mentioned, with all its glory, does Alter Ego want to pick up a Kadita here? It's not necessarily an Alter Ego-esque pick, but with it being open, Do you think Uriel can utilize it?
Huh. I have to think about it first, I think. I mean, like,
is it worse?
The Kadira could definitely show up. This is the hero that was swapped out for the Novaria. It's also a good flex. And they will pick it up. Remember, it's not just Uriel's pick. It can also go to the hands of Rasi. With the Martis, though, they're still staying true. They say, go for the Bredgen again. Lanaya, we dare you.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's the idea, right? Alter Ego. They seem to prefer this Martis a lot more. That should have been maybe something that DEWA could capitalize more on. Now with the Kadira and Martis, it's going to be hard to match this aggression in the triple mid trio. I would like to ask you guys at home, can you hear the drums? Because it's right next to us and I can barely hear myself. What is going on?
Very impressed.
I think MPL should have a talent show at this point.
No, I'm very impressed. You were
actually,
looking at the drummers too, right? Me too. Yo,
Talent
they're
show.
in sync.
They need a super fans MPL talent show.
I'd watch it.
Yeah, me too.
You guys probably heard it through our mics as well. DEWA heard that maybe the Irithal would have been a better option here to go for compared to the Brody. Yes, Brody is a playmaking hero. You can make a lot of plays, especially when you have Watt, but mainly you need to look for Snowball. For Irithal, you don't need to. You can play the late game and you can still be safe.
And we saw something of this nature earlier on with a Boxia, I think, in match number 1. So if DEWA wants to go for the Pocket Angela pick that we see so often, with the Fredrin and the Edith, that's not a bad idea. With the Irithal available as well. For Alter Ego though, are they gonna show their last hand, the Roamer? Are they gonna leave it in a bit more flexible spot and grab something for Pi maybe? It's gonna be the Valentina.
Oh.
Alright, they're showing it already. It's
Yeah.
gonna be Roam Kadira and most likely a mid lane Valentina.
Why did they go for Valentina here? Right? I mean, okay, sure, you have Edith, but other than that, there's not much you can utilize just yet unless they're sniffing out a possibility that DEWA United might utilize something ultimate heavy for that EXP lane and that Roamer, maybe sniffing out the Kaja pickup.
Kaja could be possible. I think the idea is that against 2 short-range heroes, or technically 3 if you include the Irithal, the Valentina can do a lot of damage, man. And if you're trying to protect your backline, there's crowd control built into the Valentina's kit as well. And the Alter Ego drumming is hella impressive, man. They got like 2 going on at the same time, and it's a pretty sick beat.
It truly is.
It's gonna be very morale boosting for the Alter Ego side. You can see the DEWA United fans are kind of faltering here. You can't do that, guys. You gotta go even louder when your team is losing.
It's like in the games where it gives you a buff, like a morale buff that like increases your attack speed by like 10% or something.
Performance somehow.
But anyway, here the Faramis does get banned in by Alter Ego in the second phase of the drafts, and the DEWA United respond with a Claude. What are they forcing here? Do they want Nino to pick up the Beatrix? Or do they think they're going to ban it out too and just force him on something like the Brody or something short range as the Angela gets taken away as well?
Alter Ego actually caught on to the possibility of the Angela right here. That's very, very good. Now, seems like it's going to be a bit of a collision style fight. Everyone is just so short range. Will DEWA go and just ban out all the long range, make it difficult? If they go for the Farsa here, there could be a trade of the Feather Airstrikes as well. So these 2 teams are very similar, but this Diverth ban might hit at a Uranus. Will Alter Ego take it away and put Pi in a less of a playmaking situation, but deny Dixon that sustainable frontline?
I don't know about that, man. Again, we'll have to Oh, they pick it up before DEWA can!
Yep.
Beautifully done by Alter Ego. Do not want to give it over. They know the Dairoth ban, but could this be a bait for another pick? No Dairoth here, but against a Uranus, what else would be? I mean, Paquito. Paquito would be pretty solid. You're right. But I've never seen Dixon play it before.
Now that's the main problem right here. They have enough frontline. Damage could be it. If they want to try and use mobility, something with a dash, something with crowd control, or something that can split push, they will have a lot of options to play around with right here. And I think it's going to be something on the tankier side. That seems like the DEWA style to go with anyway, especially without the Angela. That's going to augment the tankiness. Oh, it's a Franco with a Farsa. More crowd control in the early game, but also that late game AoE. Alter Ego definitely has seen through this. What will their last pick be here for the gold lane? If it's too divey, it will get punished very severely. If it's too long range, it's not exactly safe either.
Just be a safe pick here with the Brody. I think you'll do pretty well. Again, against the far side, you can get countered, but it's probably the safest option here to go against the Irithel in lane. You already have so much kill threat, might as well add into it a bit more. Leslie? Against an Irithel? No, I don't think so. Against the Farsa as well.
Okay, so that's going to be the Brody. Won't be as crazy. As we are expecting, but again, it's crazy to see. The drafts from both these teams, but it's usually quite evenly matched right here. There's so much hinging on the execution in the Land of Dawn.
All right, we'll have to see as both teams get ready with this draft. The Brody, safe pick, good matchup against the Irithel, a winning matchup. Alter Ego have an even better snowballing composition, I would say, in this game. What they need to do is they need to weather out the storm, or sure, they can actually go up against this early aggression through what? Through CC and pickoff. A lot of single target damage they have in their composition, and they need to utilize it here.
Well, with the Uranus right here, I'm not sure if this was something that really fit into the composition for Alter Ego, or if it's something they just tried, they're forced to use, lest they let it go to the hands of DEWA United when there are no more high DPS gold laners or an Edith for them. Let's see how it performs in the EXP lane as we walk into that game.
The potential last game of this series. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn. Alter Ego facing off with DEWA United. Can they force a game number 3?
Looking at how entertaining game 1 was, let's hope so. Let's hope we'll get game number 3 for more entertainment. Down below, look at the chunk right now. Oh, Dixon. Already with the Earthshatter. What is this damage? Pi forced back. Still holding off from using that Purify. Another chunk of damage comes through, and Pi is able to escape.
That's the early Farsa damage right here. And you can expect it to be a lot more aggressive, especially with the Franco, man. We haven't seen it too often. Franco, Farsa, Fredrin. A lot of crowd control, like you mentioned, Mirko, but there is immunity built into the Mortal Coil of Celiboy. So we'll see if he will be able to as the hook lands.
What a hook! Woo. Onto Udil, just reading him like a book. Lanaya now in his own jungle with no help of Udil. He still gets it. Beautifully done by Celiboy, winning out that red tree battle to get level 4 first.
Oh, that mind game coming in from DEWA United here in the early game. But already a different shade to Alter Ego here. Not a lot of quantum charges. What's going on here?
Alter Ego are just trying to go for more sustain, more damage. That's the way they want to try and play this for DEWA United. The Irithel, the Farsa, everything has mobility here except for the Franco, and they go with the quantum charges and agilities in their emblems to ensure that they can maneuver, right? The way they have been winning against Alter Ego is by outmaneuvering them where it really matters. Alter Ego are all about that guaranteed aggression and just wiping out their team.
I think they're also anticipating that this game might go to the late game, right? Because Udil picking up a Weapon Master, very unique, but it does show and give us a little bit more insight as to how they plan to play this, as already a fight for the turtle.
Iron Hook as well, comboed in with the Earth Shatter earlier. Rossi, defensive oddity used up, Brazer's Rat coming down, Celiboy taking low, the damage is too much for Celiboy to handle, and he'll be forced to run away with Immortal Coil. Lanaya secures it, Shako with a good punch back onto Celiboy, securing first blood. as there's a further airstrike coming down. A Breath of the Ocean into an onward, stolen away, but it's an Earth Shatter from Dixon!
Oh.
And the onward locks them down! Only Shaco will fall, as DEWA had claimed more than just a win.
What was that by Dixon? That was literally the entire turnaround in that small team fight.
That was just Alter Ego grouping up, man. They are fearing for the hook. They're fearing for isolation. They huddle together and they get hit with an Earth Shatter and a 3-man stun from Keys as well, I believe. That was devastating. Ooh. That hook does not land.
So close, though. So close. But Shaco has been insane on this Franco.
Whoa. Petrify into a Purify. Shaco looking for a punish with that hook. Unable to find anything. But honestly, we have to take a look at the kills here that DEWA have claimed. 2 have been on Shaco.
2 on Shaco, right? That's not ideal, but at the same time, if your Franco is ahead in gold, he can be tankier and be more reliable.
Let's see, they're trying to lock Rossi down, doing a good job at it. An Iron Hook as well, but Rossi gets out. Now it's Sully Boy jumping onto Lanaya with a Mortal Coil as well. Watt has the heavy crossbow. Nino has rotated over to the purple buff. And they'll be able to utilize this pressure to go for more shots on that turret shield. Sully Boy zoning. Now finally disengaging. And man, Nino got a lot.
Oh man, I thought Shaco was gonna go for a hook there onto Nino. That would have been disastrous, but Sully Boy.
But the airstrike, Lanaya gets out. Ooh, Shaco misses that Iron Hook. And Nino again!
Goes back. He gets more value in that top lane, completely shredding that gold shield. That's going to give him a massive advantage in that 1v1 against Watt on an Irithel, who definitely needs more time to scale and come online.
The Irithel, man, it's going to be a bit difficult later for Watt to do a lot of damage, especially onto Pyre on that Uranus. He's going to try and rely on being able to move behind the same way we saw him last time. But Sully Boy now getting jumped on.
Onward, Udil gets caught, and now it's going to be the Rossi with the rough waves connecting on it too. Udil forced back, Rossi as well. Lanaya versus Sully Boy. Good reset by Lanaya. They have more pressure to play with now. Pi gets caught, focusing mark on him, taking a quarter of his HP. Still, Sully Boy versus Lanaya. They're still looking for more. Mortal Coil gets punched in. Sully Boy finds it. Beautifully done. 1-1 in Turtles.
That was a 50-50 won by Sully Boy, right?
Yep, it was a 50-50, but at the same time, the reset was a bit weird in my opinion. They used 3 ultimates, 4 even, before the fight even ended. Especially for Keys, he held on for that feather airstrike for so long, instead of using it immediately when Shaco was able to get a pick. I feel like there's a bit of disconnect here in the calls being made, but we'll see, man. It's only the first turtle, and by all means, DEWA United are the ones aggressing.
Great Iron Hook, but no Bloody Hunt. It was still on cooldown. Sully Boy is just able to walk out of that one.
Very interesting turn of events here, right? Because at that turtle, Nino was somewhat involved, whereas Watt has just been focused on the farm.
Oh no.
Was that a cancel?
Yeah, what a Breath of the Ocean there. I don't know if that was intentional, but no flicker for Shaco.
Yeah, I don't think it was. He flickered onto the pre-placed Breath of the Ocean as Keys now gets hunted down.
Purify. Oh, it's a bait! An Iron Hook and a Bloody Hunt onto Udil! And not even. Sully Boy gets out. He gets a kill back though. 2 for 1 still.
Overall still pretty good. Good pressure being used by Alter Ego as well though. In the middle of all that, Pi cutting down the waves and DEWA United has no answer.
Oh, flicker onward and a Primal Wrath. Does it save him? Yes, it does. Able to sustain back up just with 2 shots and a regen.
It's only been 7 minutes. That's how much action we've been given over and over for the past 7 minutes. Both these teams are harassing one another. But like you mentioned earlier on, Arashi, the fact that Pi has just been a constant shove of 2 lanes just gives Alter Ego a little bit more space when it comes down to these team fights that they have been trading really well with DEWA United on.
Now it's about the full 5-man team fight for DEWA United. So there's still the issue of the long range, but Alter Ego, are they going to try and split?
With Pi.
Oh, one more shot for their airstrike. Pi survives. That's why he earned the title, Sir Pi. Appraiser's Wrath coming out with the retry from both of the junglers. Lanaya gets it with a burn, now with a taunt to escape. Gets the reset, torn apart memory though from Nino. Picks it up, Lanaya dashing forward. What? Nino punishes him.
They might be losing focus right here, man. We're seeing different calls, it seems like, being made by DEWA United, and a split in their focus. This could be a big problem, especially because Alter Ego have more macro options here. If they don't really watch for all the small factors, it could be dangerous as Watt gets jumped on.
And Sillyboy gets sniped down. Rossi with an engage in the back, unable to find more than just Shaco. Terrified up, that's a rough wave. One basic attack, fade away, but Shaco gets out.
A small win in for DEWA United being able to take Sillyboy down, but like you mentioned before you got cut there by that team fight, it's Alter Ego still winning it out because of more options that they have. They literally were able to push almost every single turn that top side just from Pi alone.
Looking at the item as well, man, Pi already has the Oracle and the Dominance Ice, so he is going to be a big pain in the butt for DEWA United to deal with. Sillyboy isn't nearly as aggressive. He's going to build full tank as well. A bit of an advantage, quote-unquote, for Alter Ego, having Sillyboy on something a bit more secure. But an NOD has been built by Udil, so they want to try and cap some regeneration as Dixon goes really, really deep. There was a risky play, but DEWA United now has some control. Can they spring a trap for Alter Ego?
And also the same can't be said for DEWA United, right? They don't have any respecting items for Pi, so Pi's just... he's all G, man. He's fine, he's untouched at this point. Who can cap his regen?
Well, not a lot of people. Oh, wow, what? Well, yeah, dashes out of the Petrify, but now that's a resource burned out. Farsa and Irithel, Watts and Kaze. They're both going to be quite okay in these team fights. No backline threat anymore.
Look at the bottom side though. One more turret. It might fall right here for DEWA United. That's the wave management from Alter Ego, and they're going to go all in on this Lord. They're trying to settle this right here, right now.
All right, they're going for it now. Let's see what they can do in this Lord pit. Look at Shaco. Looking for a play. Pi jumps forward, revealing Shaco even more. Udil with a good splash of damage and a Primal Wrath. That was a bloody hunt, locking him down, but it's Shaco who dies first. Lanaya walking up, has the taunt. That's a breath of the ocean to disengage and a torn apart memory to maybe force them back. They still want to stay though.
It's a 1-0 already. What are you doing, Alter Ego? They can push this or they can focus on the objectives because DEWA United, they don't have Shaco to create moments, and there it is!
Oh! Dixon with an Earth Shatter flicker. Now Dixon taking low, Watt able to kite away for a bit. Brazers right dodged away from Biodil. Drawn apart memory! To the back, Lanaya gets a two-man taunt into a feathered airstrike, and Watt deals the damage. Sillyboy, Mortal Coil, disengaged, Shaco concealed, now revealed. Shaco not able to find the Iron Hook. Alter Ego have played the long game, but now Lanaya gets a good taunt, forcing the Mortal Coil, now jumping onto Pine, knocking him up. Shaco. Oh, he doesn't go for it.
Well, pay attention to the bottom side. The wave has rebounded. He's going to meet right in front of the turret of Alter Ego. So now, if DEWA United are the ones holding them in place, holding them hostage, they will get a free turret, I think. And that is exactly what DEWA is trying to do. Try and out-sustain, but it's difficult against a Uranus. Pi is just notorious right now for being able to do this. And you can see Rossi being pulled away.
Bloody hunt for the airstrike, and Pi is gone. In the front, Dixon with an onward into an Earth Shatter. He loses his life, but he finds a big pick before that. 2 for 1, it's the mid laner down.
Whew. That is the long game for DEWA, man. It's all about how much they can play. They got the turret in the bot side as well, as predicted. But now, can they have enough of a lead to go for the Lord? The wave is still going to be pushing on the bot side, by the way. Rossi did not clear it out. Shaco goes for it.
That's a question, right? Sillyboy level 12 here. Knife 13, he has a level advantage, but do you think they're able to do this? Rossi is looking for a moment onto Lanaya. Just one knockup is all it takes to give Sillyboy the right engage.
Let's see. Okay, there you go. Lanaya secures it. A rough waves there by Rossi. He wanted to give Sillyboy an opening. My God, that Iron Hook almost got it.
Man, constant back and forth. And you're just on your toes every single time. DEWA, though, with the Lord right here, now they can use it as a wall, as a secondary turret, and then use that to force Alter Ego into positions where Shaco can predict their movement and land an Iron Hook.
Definitely, but they need to be in sync, right? Because a lot of these moments, Shaco goes in for an opportunity, but Dixon here gets one. But it's on to Selly Boy. He's still able to kite away from that AoE, but Rossi.
Rough waves. Dixon, 1 HP, gets out of the waves. Oh no, Rossi's getting chased down, but the airstrike locking him out. Rossi gets picked off. That's a killing spree for Case.
But he does buy enough time for his team to take control of that Lord in that bottom side.
Oh,
the inhibitor turret does fall, however, as Alter Ego look to defend the second tier turret in the mid side.
Mortal Coil by Selly Boy. That's a taunt from Lanaya, not connecting onto anyone. Watt still sieging this tier 2 in the mid lane, and yes, Alter Ego have dealt with that Lord push very, very well.
Well, they've done the Lord push, but they lose a base turret that is essentially unescorted. I wasn't sure what exactly happened right there, but that is a massive win for DEWA United. This is now an option for them on how to deal with this Uranus split push, and they've secured it so early on at 13 minutes, and they're still trying to go for more with the empowered waves, and you can see that Alter Ego are forced to position so tentatively due to the range, the iron hooks, and onward.
On Selly Boy, Mortal Coil gets him another pass, but the Bloody Hunt locks him down. Rossi unable to find a pick in the back line because the Purify, sort of our memory, only taking immortality. Nino still positioning. Udil has stolen the Primal Wrap. Flicker Udil! With a Flame of Dixon! That's a Flicker Shatter onto a Primal Wrath. Pi running them down, and Watt is able to kite away. 2-4-2.
That was so close. That was so close for Dixon to outplay that situation and take Nino down. But either way, he was able to give the space for Watt and Case to escape that sticky situation as we enter the 14th minute of the game.
I don't know what's going on right here, but Pi on the Uranus doesn't seem as tanky as the other Uranuses I've seen in the same situation.
He gets melted down.
He was getting hit by Watt on the Irithel and Keys on the Farsa. He has magic and physical defense and a blade armor on top of that. But I think it might be the crit itemization here, along with the Demon Hunter Sword for Watt. It's allowing him to do even more damage to this Uranus.
So what does he have to do?
I think he just can't move forward 1v3 like that, man. It was a valiant attempt, but he wants to do something like that. Pi needs to do it before, right? Before the fight begins, not after, when his team can't really pull away attention from him or capitalize on the pressure, on the attention that Pi is taking away from the rest of the team.
Understood. Here in the 15. Oh no, Shackle!
Flicker Bloody Hunt into the heavy crossbow, into the Feather Airstrike, but look at the back line! Petrify into a Rough Waves. XP for mid laner. Meanwhile, up top, you gotta be careful. Selly Boy now caught. Primal Wrath coming down. Lanaya locking Selly Boy out. The jungler, if he falls here, is gonna be a free Lord. But Selly Boy gets out with the help of the team. Who's it worth for, Arashi? No Pi, no Case.
No Pi and Case. I feel like without Pi, that Iron Hook is gonna be even more dangerous. So DEWA United might have the better value out of that trade. The jungle, though, is alive, and there is no Feather Airstrike to deal with Nino. Dixon goes for it.
Oh, Earth Shatter! Rossi deleted!
What?
Nino walking forward, torn apart memory, ready, and he pops it now to execute, but Selly Boy gets a decimation before that happens. Now it's Appraiser's Wrath. That Bloody Hunt cancelled out. Immortality shutting down, but Nino finds a kill. He's unstoppable as he's free hitting again. He's able to back away. HP bars. Watt using the Haas Claws, getting some more HP. Shaco taken low. Kaze is respawned. My god, these team fights.
So messy, so ruthless. And I thought that perhaps with Nino low, forced a recall, DEWA United might want to just try and drag it out in the Lord Pit, but because Lanaya was off the board, it doesn't seem like they wanted to commit.
That is crazy. Looking at the players' gold by UBS Gold right here, Watt and Nino still on top. And that fight earlier was a showdown, man. If Nino wasn't taken low by Watt there, that could have been the end of it. They could have kept going, taken the Lord, and it's over. But now, there is some time here. Both teams trying to reset, trying to set up, and the wave on the bot side. You see 1 minion left for the side of Alter Ego, but with the base turret not available, this might actually backfire and set up the wave to push towards Alter Ego instead.
Does he see him? All right, so they spot out Pi with that Feather Airstrike, but that's information for Alter Ego that they've already utilized that resource. Uh-oh.
Oh my god, Petri Fury used up. Rossi still has the rough waves. Pi in the midst of it all. Jacko able to look the bloody hunt out Nino, but he's still able to survive. What the heck? Finally the onward. And Case finds the shutdown, able to maneuver around as well. Udil able to escape for now, but Pi loses his immortality, as that is going to be what? Gutting him down, taking him out for a mega kill. Case losing his life to the rough waves, but it's traded in. Lanaya with a big smack and a big boink gets Rossi taken out.
That's it. That's at the end of the day, it's a 3-4-2 trade in favor of DEWA United. They're using their man advantage to push through in this mid line, getting more aggressive. Only Celiboy and Udil left.
Oh! Shako! With an iron hook, but unfortunately no bloody hunt to lock Celiboy down. Still though, the Mortal Coil was already used up. Udil dealing a lot of damage. DEWA United with 2 waves coming down into the mid lane. Celiboy once again bringing the damage onto what? Poking him down. Now type of crossbow by Udil, smashing the damage. Nino is respawning. He's dealing a lot. Torn apart memory onto Lanaya, and they've defended Nino with a flicker forward. What gets out and pops the Purify in panic? Have they made the wrong call?
It was overly aggressive, and now they're stuck at a 5v4. The waves are very much in their favor, and Ultra Ego have to adjust. In the previous fight, Rossi was just stuck trying to find Case the whole time. He needs to maybe divert some of his attention to Watt or to Dixon, or set up some big Breath of the Ocean. Whatever it is, adjustments are made by both these teams, and it seems like Ultra Ego are going for it, forcing a fight.
Oh, Pike, wow, what? Deleted. Rossi, conceal in the back, now reveal. Lanaya with a big Appraiser's Wrath. What about memory from Nino? Catches Lanaya, breaks his immortality. Dixon still waiting in the midst. Alter Ego disengaged, so does DEWA.
And now the situation is completely reversed. It's DEWA United with the man advantage, with Shako coming back in, and Pi will be absent for this trade. DEWA United, do they want to blitz this Lord, take it for themselves? And it looks like they might actually. Celiboy in no position to be able to contest for it, and that's a huge win for DEWA United. Woo.
Wow.
That is insane. Finally, a huge win, a decisive win. That's not a half victory for DEWA United. With this Lord, they're gonna go for a full man push. They can go for a 3-wave play as well. But Alter Ego, this is where they're thinking, man. What do they have to do in the next fight? Are they gonna send Pi to just run forward again after he got bursted down so decisively in the previous team fight? Are they gonna try and rely on Nino and Udil? Options are available, but time isn't.
It's definitely ticking here for Alter Ego. If they want to win this 2-0, they need to think of something quick, and it looks like that's exactly what they're planning. Look at Rossi's positioning right now, looking for a flank onto DEWA United. Can they catch them off guard is a question.
Oh, Rossi cancelled out by Lanaya! And the bloody hunt locks him down! But the airstrike onto the back, Nino flickers out in desperation. Watt's still able to free hit in the back line as the Winter Truncheon gets used up right now. The Torn Apart Memory takes Shako down, and that's a splash of damage. What? Still able to escape right now. Buys, or has the immortality rather. Celiboy walking up. Udil loses. Oh!
The Lord?
The Lord is crashing in. No way! The Lord is hitting the base. Alter Ego are defending. What just needs to get in there somehow? Celiboy gets executed, and what? Equalizes the series with a basic attack to the base.
Lordian,
Winion, whatever you want to call it.
what is going
DEWA
on?
United has turned it around. And we have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. What a game!
How? Game number 1, it was Winion. Game number 2, we get a Lordian. It's a similar story in this entire series for both of these teams, who are so aggressive that sometimes they forget the basics. They forget wave clear, they forget housekeeping. And this is the results that we're getting, but thank God, because we're gonna see a game number 3.
Whew. You know, we talked about the difference in the situations, but man, you're seeing again. I think in match 1 we saw this Franco, and we said that the later the game goes, the more the Franco becomes dangerous. You're seeing it here, man. The fact that DEWA had a Franco in their composition was so beneficial and so crucial in them just having so much more pressure in the late game.
An eye for an eye, man. You had your minions do the dirty work. We'll have our Lord do the same to you. What are the odds of that happening in this series? Winions and Lord. What the heck?
Man, that's how close the games are, man. There was no...
Too.
Yeah,
Everybody
to
was
the
important.
victory.
Keys stopped
There was
so
no one
many-
who was useless.
Decide.
That's how close the game is. If one of them fell short right there and lost control,
Yeah.
lost focus, that game could have been over. But everyone persevered, man.
And here we're gonna crown our POTG, the one that stuck out to us the most.
What the heck?
By the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Wait, yeah.
Is this
I didn't
what?
realize that.
He has 0 deaths?
The
What?
Huh? What?
His immortal...
It's in the name, man.
It's in the name. His immortal popped in the last engagement, right? I believe. But man, 0 deaths
In that 2v2.
on an Irithel. And I've always been saying since a few days ago that the Uranus is a hard counter to Irithel. I stand corrected, right? I was so wrong. Pi couldn't do anything.
I think mainly though, it wasn't the Irithel. I think it was the Farsa, bro. That burst damage, Pi was like, what the heck? I get deleted before I can even do anything, man.
Might be the Franco as well, right?
Yeah, the
Making sure
lockdown.
that you lock him down before he can use any of his spells. Pi had a Purify, by the way. It doesn't matter. And there was a fight there where Keys was distracted, right? Chased down by Rossi the whole fight. Pi still got taken out, so I don't know, man. This man has some kind of witchcraft. I have no idea.
It's in the name, bro.
What?
Every time he does a good play or a bad play, he can always react the same way.
What?
What? Okay, sometimes there's also another option. Super Awat Super Yadi.
Super Awat.
You should make something about electricity. Because what?
Ooh. We'll work on that. We'll work on
Maybe
that.
you can call
Just an
him,
idea, just an idea.
Nikola Tesla.
Well, let's look at the highlights.
I really love this matchup because I
Yeah.
love seeing both of these gold laners go at it, right? It's the most perfect example. Nino versus Watt. So aggressive, both of them.
And the spacing was phenomenal, man.
This is why Watt really likes this Irithel. And here, Pi. Look at this. Who is doing this damage? It's insane.
It's what? Yeah.
It is what? It's not the Farsa. What is going on?
In that case, it was Watt. But in a
Oh
lot of
my
like the burst moments where Pi just walks up and dies, it was the Farsa.
But Keys wasn't here.
No, but Pi wasn't here too.
Yeah, this was where they were just chugging it out and Nino barely survived. Man, every single teamfight is so volatile because sometimes Alter Ego will be winning and then an Iron Hope will land on Nino and that's it. Sometimes they will win and Rossi will get a huge play onto Watt or Keys and immediately the tides just change. And that's part of why it was so exciting, Eterna. You never really know.
Yeah. That engage earlier on, that was Rossi completely outplayed by Keys, by the way.
Here we go with the Lord, man. Alter Ego somehow made it so competitive, even with the Lord.
That torn apart memory was beautiful, by the way. If he was only in range, that would have been Kaze and Watt as well, losing their life.
Here we go, leap of faith.
One shot, one kill. But here we are to take a look at the post-game items. 20 minutes.
I feel like at this point it's a bit unfair to just look at the items. Look at the blank slots. They've been swapping it out in and out, man. But I think the ones that matter, I think Watt going for the Berserker's Fury. I think that is important for sure. Sometimes I see Irithels go for a bit of a some Windtalker action for
That's
more
core item,
hits.
Haas Berserker is core item. That's not the one that gets traded in. It's usually GDS to the Malefic or the DHS. DHS is a strange one.
He did have a GDS earlier. He did swap it out, by the way. So I guess he felt like some more damage would be more important indeed.
I mean, like, regardless of the GDS, he was still able to literally dodge every single shot that was thrown at him. So it warrants the fact that he traded in for more damage. I understand that. Plus, he actually was able to have the Purify to fall onto when things get ugly. Maybe it would be different if he had... no, not Inspire. What's it called? The Sprint.
The sprint. Yeah, I wonder what that's called. But no, yeah, he went for Purify. He had to, right? There's so much lockdown. Even in lane against the Brody, the Purify actually gets rid of all the stacks. So gets him a little bit of an advantage. I think the DHS is our answer to how he was able to melt down Pi, you know? Because the additional damage that he gets from the max HP of Pi really helped him shut him down with the addition of, obviously, the Dominance Ice and all the anti-regen items from the rest of the team.
That's what I thought, but at the same time, when you use the heavy crossbow, it doesn't really apply the same way, does it? I'm not quite sure. I think we have to ask some people with a bit more knowledge here. But Rasi went with the glowing wand, by the way. So he was definitely feeling the pressure of, man, these guys are so beefy, right? I need to do max HP damage. I'm a Kadira, by the way, but I think it's better for me to apply that burn in the middle of a team fight to multiple people than go for assassinates, because there's 2 purifies on Keys and Watt, and Rasi was completely denied here, man. Even in the last fight, you saw that he was going for a big combo. The purify was used by Watt, but he was also stunned up by Shaco, I believe, with the Bloody Hunt. So the awareness from both these teams in the middle of such a chaotic team fight is definitely something to behold.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but is this Rasi's Kadita's first loss?
It might be.
Right? Usually it's banned out for Rasi, the Kadita. Is it his first loss on Kadita?
I don't know.
I think it might be, actually. I think it might be. Regardless, it's a pick with a very high win rate, and DEWA United has shown that they can deal with it. They did not ban it out. They didn't quote-unquote counter-pick it. They just used execution, and that is insane. We already talked about DEWA just being crazy, going for 50-50s all the time, and just winning throughout by using execution. And you're seeing it again this late into the season.
You're trying to thinking.
No, I'm thinking about it, right? Because
Kadita, right? See the loading icon, right?
In these team fights, I felt like DEWA United were a little bit more scrappy than they were in game number 1, but they were still able to win. It's odd. These two teams are very odd. It's a very, very odd play style.
It takes 2 to tango,
very
I would
aggressive.
say.
Very similar. Do you not think they're very similar, these two teams?
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
That's why we're seeing a similar conclusion to both games as well.
You're right.
And Lord.
I love it. I love this matchup. I love DEWA. It's exciting. All right, cool. So, unfortunately, we are going to go on a short break before we finally see the conclusion to this matchup. And I'm super excited to get to it. So, in this break, don't forget to get your snacks. Use Grab, OVO, just all of it. You know, get the value, because we'll see you after the break.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all miss, we won't miss. We all miss, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the decider game between Alter Ego and DEWA United. Did you buy your snacks already? Did you?
Your answer, bro. Answer the question.
It's one of those interactive streams, you know?
Where you gotta tap.
Yeah, tap the answer, and then we'll continue with the story. It's a
And then,
branching storyline.
If they do a different answer, it becomes a
Totally different thing.
it's like a parallel storyline.
I was hoping some guy will be like looking at his phone, like, oh, what, me?
Like, how do you press it?
Yes,
how do
you,
press
John.
On my Samsung?
It's a random name, right? Jason? Imagine if his name is John, it'll just be like, whoa! Wait, that's super meta. But if your name isn't John, then I don't know.
Why'd you do that? What if someone's name is actually John and he was so happy that you noticed him and now you just
We
ruined
notice
it?
you, John.
It's for you, John.
We love you,
and
John.
Jason.
What?
And Jimmy.
When did Jason? What?
I don't think I've seen a Jimmy.
Why are all the J's getting love here, man? What about the other letters?
I don't know.
You started with John.
I don't know. But either or, remember, we're back to a 1-1, a best of one between both of these teams who severely needed. Arashi was a little bit offended earlier on.
Whoa, offended? What
so
happened?
he went to the toilet, right? And then he met the Kage. And then he was like, good luck to Udil. And Udil didn't reply.
You know why?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did?
Wait, it's fake news. Yeah, he did.
Oh, he replied. What did he reply, Arashi?
You see, I'm not trying to like, oh, is this appropriately talking about here though? I guess it's not a big deal.
Not appropriate. What did you do?
Oh no. I felt that he wasn't the usual cheerful Udil, and that is concerning to me, right? Because when you talk about Udil, I think of that guy who in the darkest of times still lightens the mood. So seeing him under pressure, I'm like, whoa. This has to be that tough of a game for both these teams. I'm pretty sure even for DEWA, they were able to get a victory. But there were moments in that last sequence where they're like, oh, wait, are we losing? Are we winning? So I think this is going to be a very tough game for both teams, which means we're going to see either more mistakes or even more focus. It can only go up and down from here. There's no middle ground.
Yeah. It's just the extremes of both sides. And that's the thing, right? Because for Alter Ego, sure, if they lose this match, they do still have a chance. It was, 33% for them to get to playoffs? They still have, how many more matches ahead? I think 1 more match ahead. And it really depends on how the other teams above them on the standings do. But, like, having your fate in something that you can't control, that must be so frustrating. And it's worse for Alter Ego. The stakes for DEWA United are a little bit more different, right? They just want to be able to secure the playoffs, but they still have a bigger chance to get to that point.
Yeah.
But for Alter Ego, the clock is ticking
They have
and
one more
time is
match.
running out. One more match, exactly.
After this, one more. And it's against Aura.
They should be fine. Anyway, coming into game number 3, however, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, official Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. They're on the exact same sides. You see the exact same bands coming through. Edith first pick, and now the change happens for Alter Ego. It's not Martis Fredrin. No, it's not Martis Kadita, but it's Fredrin Kadita.
I think
what
it's much
changes
better.
this?
It's much better. Fredrin is definitely more consistent as a jungler. Meanwhile, for the Martis, we did see in game 1, he got a snowball going. He's all good in the mid game. But if you don't get that snowball going, you can see that I would honestly say the Martis was really struggling in game number 2.
And the Fredrin is also something that was used by the side of DEWA themselves to try and get more crowd control, more sustain with the late situation of Praise's Wrath to sustain more. But now it's a bit of a switch. Martis in the hands of DEWA United instead. This means that they will falter more in the late game, but also be able to be a lot more aggressive in the early game if they want to. Now, considering the circumstances, I believe they're gonna ban away the Farsa, right? That has been a huge problem for Nino and Rasi on this Kadita again and again. I think they're gonna take it away completely.
I have a question though. I think I was listening into your discussion about the gold lane between Iritel and the Claude. And what was the conclusion again?
Equal in the early game. Iritel does better towards late because she can deal damage more consistently compared to the Claude, who can only rely technically on his short range and blazing the web.
But in the lane, after level 4, does Claude not have a small window there against the Iritel?
Better for clear. You can wave clear better, you can also go for all-ins better, but in poke, it stays kind of the same.
Poke trading, so it's all about later, right? What you do in the lane is more of an investation towards that late investment for that late game. But the Franco, that was such a huge problem for game number 2. It's banned away by Alter Ego as well. So will DEWA find a different solution, something with the same kind of pressure? Do they want to go for the suppression, like the Kaja? Or do they want to go for something that can land from far away? If you talk about that, the Mystic Projectile comes to mind. That could be a surprise pick. It's going to be a very risky one, though, if they do want to attempt it.
The Uranus gets banned here, though, for Alter Ego. And it begs the question, what are they planning? Why did they ban the Uranus away here?
I think it's just a hassle to deal with, right? Because DEWA United, we did see in game number 1, Dixon was a big force. A big force to deal with. Game number 2, we saw that DEWA were already setting up for that pick again. So Alter Ego had no choice but to pick it away. There was no Dyrop that time. And we saw on the hands of Pi, I guess it's just not the same as it was in game number 1 on the hands of Dixon. So might as well, you know what? Instead of trying to deny this pick, instead of trying to contest, let's just ban it. Just get rid of it.
Because I feel like Pi deserves a hero that's a little bit more
playmaking.
Online,
right?
I agree. Uranus is so passive.
Well, for Alter Ego, right? Now, without any suppression to worry about, I do think that tankiness is the name of the game right here. It seems like both teams rely on the gold laner to do damage, but at the same time, they're relying on having enough bodies to throw and absorb that damage. That was true for game number 1 and 2. So with the Uranus, the Terizla, the go-to tanky heroes banned away, I'm not sure what really fits here. The Esmeralda, by default replaces the Uranus kind of, but no real shields for the Esmeralda to benefit off of here.
So what's the choice? Esmeralda. Okay.
Lapu? Yeah, I think Lapu would be a very good choice to go for here.
Go for Valentina first, though, for Alter Ego.
Actually, I think at this point, Dixon might just go for the Edith in the XP again.
If you want to use minions, right? Paquito. For the macro play, if they really want to try and change the approach.
There's no way Arlet, right? For DEWA.
Yeah, it's a choice. It's a pretty good choice. I mean, you can cancel the rough waves, a lot of the dive coming in from Alter Ego into zone the Fredrin. The Claude is where it gets kind of tough. Because with the delay now in the final slash, you're not as crazy as you were before against the Claude. I honestly think, looking at DEWA right now, the Paquito makes sense. I would also say Paquito, but we just have never seen Dixon and Pi on it this season.
Oh, the Angela was left open.
Oh, there you go. It is a flex.
Oh, it's still going to be a Farsa. Wow.
Oh, Farsa into a Kadita.
Again.
That's very, very risky. That's the perfect target for Rossi here to look for in the back line. But we saw that the Farsa was able to outplay it in game number 2. So Alter Ego now, how are they going to close it off? All they need is a jungler, perhaps, or EXP laner. There you go.
Boy.
Helkert.
Yeah, if the Kadita can't get it done, the Helker will surely get the job done. Kaze is in a world of trouble.
Not just Kaze, I feel like Watt too.
But with the Angela, there's outplay potential here, sort of. And if DEWA gets the lead in the early game, the Martis gets a Hellcrit, it's gonna be a brutal situation for Sully Boy to try and survive in. This is a volatile game for sure.
Let's see which masks Alter Ego choose to use here in the final game of this best-of-3 series. We're inches away, we're moments away of seeing how this all pans out, but I gotta say, I feel like Alter Ego Esports, they have the answers, the solutions to the threats coming in from DEWA United. And I might have to side with Alter Ego for this one.
I'm really only concerned about the frontliners. In the previous 2 games, DEWA had a Uranus Fredrin Kaja. In game 2, Edith, Fredrin, and Franco. Now, it's only the Martis and the Edith.
Let's see how it all goes down as we welcome you into the Land of Dawn for the final game of this series. Both teams very aggressive, both teams very scrappy in these team fights. Morale is wavering. We'll see who gets the dub in this particular game.
I do wonder how Lanaya is going to work on this fighter. Usually we see him in more tanky options in the jungle. So I'm not sure if I've ever seen him on the Martis personally. We'll see if he gets the early pressure, because this combination, Farsa, Angela, and, well, technically the Edith for now, but of course later the Martis, provides a lot of wave clear, which means that DEWA can be a lot more active as long as they don't really get caught out by crowd control.
Okay. Aside from that, though, do want to see how this matchup plays out for Sully Boy. Did you see the emblems earlier, Rashi? Did he go for... Oh, here we go. See it. So Season Hunter still. A lot of Helkers actually decide to go for Master Assassin or just any more stat compared to just the Season Hunter, because he's already a fast-clearing jungler. Seems like Sully Boy wants to compete in that jungle, farm, and clear division first, though.
I think for Alter Ego, though, they have the advantage of the Nightfalls from Sully Boy, right? When things are... It's a very unique skill in the game, and it makes that... it makes for a very weird team fight, right? The communications need to be different when you cannot see each other. That could be the slight edge that Alter Ego can use to finally get some pickoffs, get more success in this big team fights, and maybe get a kill onto Watt. You know, game number 2, 0 deaths with a Kadita. That might change in this game.
It might definitely here. Let's take a look in comparisons to both of these junglers. Sully Boy level 4, Lanaya is as well. It's quite equal here, but Kaze. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Dixon gets knocked up. Oh, it's going to be Lanaya who still wins it despite the stinger. A kill over though, traded in. Sully Boy gets tied up right there. That's going to be a kill. Picked up by Kaze. He pops into Purify to escape, but Pi locks him down. A hard guard saving Kaze for a bit longer. Shaco forced back 2-4-2.
Did you see how aggressive Shaco is playing this Angela? It's so weird. He goes into the back line of the enemy, grants that kill over, and he doesn't get killed in the process. So is this the new meta? Just this particular choice of emblem?
Brave Smite.
Brave Smite definitely plays a part here, but it's also that everyone else needs to be... Again, you can't really focus on the Angela only, because everyone else is also going aggressive. Look at this. Nothing's going on, and they're just popping ultimates, trying to make sure that they get a leg up over the other. And they're fighting over the Litho right now.
Yeah, that lethal ignition was popped in and Udo was just forced back. With that, you can see the space that Lanaya has now. Did he steal that away? I think Sullyboy still got it. Rossi displaced, but DEWA disengage.
They're going to keep using the Angela as real crowd control threat. That's a different approach from what we're used to. And you have to wonder if Alter Ego feels the same. Like, wow, how is this Angela doing this? Of course, in the mid game, you have to keep your eyes out on the gold lane, right? Alter Ego have technically 2 assassins and a single burst mage. They can make very short work of an Irithel. I do wonder if Watt will go for defensive items now, being forced to do so and not dealing with as many frontline beefy heroes, or will he just go for full damage and rely again on execution to try and get the better of the 3-phased masks?
I mean, in the early game, what we usually see from Watt is that he's very independent, right? He doesn't really involve himself in any of these neutral objective takes or these small skirmishes. He's just focused on getting the farm. So I think he might just be focused on damage for now. Alter Ego might have a little bit of information on that type of playstyle. Will position very interestingly here in the top side as they look to punish Lanaya here, who's looking for that next turtle.
You can already feel the very different style of game from game 1, 2 to 3. Very action-packed first 2 games. A lot of crazy skirmishes, a lot of crazy team fights, but here it's just trades and slow maneuvers by both these teams. Pai's holding on to this turtle a bit better than DEWA, and Udo's already won the trade earlier, forcing Kaze to back off for a bit, but it's another reset in on the turtle.
Lanai's closer to level 8 though. That should be an advantage that DEWA United can utilize over Sullyboy.
Well, you can see the Pai here using a Fredwin. We don't see it too often in the EXP lane, like we were mentioning. But we'll have to see, man. The power of nature is stolen by Udil. He's going to do a lot of DPS, and Lanaya getting hard guarded.
And that's Pai taken very low already by the airstrike. Primal Wrath as well coming down. A good Petrify to disengage right now as Dixon is taken very low. Comes back into the robot. Lanaya with a hard guard now. Shackle in the midst of it all. Lanaya with a Mortal Coil still able to escape with the help of that Earth Shatter. Udil stealing away the Edith ult. Only to disengage for now. Good neutral objective take. My God.
Wow, that was tense. Man, I thought at any moment something is about to happen. There's no way it ends like this. But wow, that is crazy. Look at this regeneration though from Watt. Wow.
Wait, all right. Because we were talking about that lane. We were looking at it very closely. Watt already has 2 items. He has the Has Claws and the Berserker Fury. Does that mean... And Nino's still on DHS, so... Yep. What's that lane looking like? Does Watt have a bigger advantage compared to Claude now?
Yeah, now with the 2 item spike, yeah. But Watt had to sacrifice something. He didn't go for boots. He ignored the full boots, no boots at all. So he is quite vulnerable.
And he's relying on his team to peel him in the middle of all these fights. For Alter Ego though, they tried to use so many things and they were unable to really capture any members from DEWA. And what really stands out is the fact that Lanaya and Dixon, they were still, trying to use their spells towards Alter Ego, even though they are standing at a sliver of HP. So the execution is really down to the wire right here. Sullyboy, ooh.
Wait, what was he doing?
He's trying to cut the waves, I think, to set up for something across the map. Oh, what the heck? Shaco got splashed with water and had to pay with his life. Lanaya now forced back. Wow, Rossi with the angles.
Well, here we go. That was a great play. Finally, Rossi finding some success, pressuring on the side of DEWA, but it's an Angela that can join the fight with a hard guard, so that's not the worst of things for DEWA United to deal with. Keep your eyes on the mid lane though. Udil might be onto something.
Slay will dash out, but this is it.
Okay, heavy crossbow used up by Watt. Lanaya has the advantage right now. Spy jumps in with the Appraiser's Wrath, connect with Lanaya still finds the Retribution. Chasing Sullyboy down. Now Pai caught on the mid, still able to dash across the wall. Flickers out. Dixon unable to find the onward, but does connect on the Earth Shatter. The decimation finds his mark. Dixon, Primal Wrath gets the shielding to sustain insane from that burst. And again, what a team fight from DEWA.
But Nino was nowhere to be found in that team fight. I think he was looking for a perfect opportunity and the opening, but wouldn't that knockup warrant a Blazing Duet to help out that team fight?
Dark Knight falls. Oh, the cancel! Lanaya! What a cover!
That's crazy. You're talking about aggressiveness coming in from this Martis.
Wow!
But that is a reliable way to cover using this Martis. Nino, of course, is trying to look for trades right here, the same way Alter Ego was doing in game number 1. But man, the team fight is looking so much cleaner for DEWA United.
Yeah, they're trying to repair what went wrong in game number 2. And all the while that was happening, you can even see Watt farming up a Storm in the top lane, but...
For the airstrike battle, I think K's won it.
Udo's taken super, super low, forced a recall. That buys DEWA United a little bit more time to play around with the map.
When it comes to the turret advantage though, Alter Ego getting ever so close to that bottom side base turret. DEWA United, the last thing they want is to be fighting with the lane disadvantage constant in game number 3 like they did in the first game. So I think they're going to be a bit more careful about that. Nino might be able to exert a bit more pressure right there. No one on the side of DEWA could really chase down this Claude if he runs away. So we'll have to see as Watt finishes the Great Dragon Spear so early on.
So why? Why does he go for that particular item in this game?
I think he's just trying to get more mobility. No boots, but Sully Boy, the cover. Failure.
Wow. Usually when you see that Dark Knight falls, you know someone's going to die. But this game, Sully Boy has 0 kills, man. No kill threat.
Now Dixon also already has finished the Athena shield, which means it's going to be very difficult for him to get bursted down. But whoa, Dixon might be stuck in a tough spot here.
Primal Wrath by Udo. Oh, hard guard. Oh, Dixon, Primal Wrath as well. Oh, the outplay. He's able to sustain back up high. Oh, yo, he's going to be tied in. Oh my goodness gracious. One more hit. Dixon with a flicker. Udo forced back. Hayes taken low, but not down. Oh. And now Dixon gets the kill back in Earthshatter, forcing Nino onto the BMI. Yes, Hayes does fall, but it's a 2-4-1. Sully Boy, can he make the miracle? The hero play. Dark Knight falls onto what? Now another, the knockup from the Lord. Sully Boy! One more shot, Lanaya low. Forced to run away. Nino is looking for a hard guard, comes in, clutch to save Lanaya, and Nino picks up another turret in the mid lane.
No Lord that day though for both of these teams. Who was that team fight worth it for in the end?
Definitely Alter Ego. They got a boost in momentum. They're leaving Nino the possibility to just keep farming. And that was a massive blunder from DEWA, man. Watt just did not realize. They could see Sully Boy, but he didn't realize that he was going to go in like that. And
oh.
Wow.
Failed Lord Dance play.
It's okay.
It's okay.
No one saw.
I did.
It's not like it's being streamed right now.
Uh-oh. Ooh. Wait, Sully Boy, very interesting. He goes in for Sea Halberd? Who's that to counter?
Hard guard. Yeah, the hard guard. I think the hard guard is definitely something that they want to try and mitigate. And there is a regeneration in the kit of the Edith, along with the power of nature as well. That will be what they're trying to mitigate right here. But with the macro game, they're so much better for Alter Ego. DEWA United, man. Now they're confused. They can use the Angela to split push, but that puts her at risk of being one-shot by a Kadira, by the Hellcurt as well. I think Alter Ego might be the ones that are going to be forcing DEWA United to do something here.
Yeah, you can feel the pressure already. Watt just constantly being babysitted by 2 members, right? Both the Farsa and the Angela, they're rotating as 3. Rossi, meanwhile, is going to be able to clear that top side alongside with Udil, so that is a constant threat that they need to counter. They need to utilize, they need to look out for the wave management that they're trying to repair here in game number 3, as it's going to be another reset on the Lord. Both of these teams are dancing, and they're dancing perfectly.
Look at the position of Nino, though. He's going on the bottom side. They will not have this information. They might go for a fight hard guard as well.
Pine flickering out. Dixon trying to follow him around, but look at Nino. Constantly pressuring the side waves. Even Sully Boy. Oh, Oh, he's waiting for Watt. Watt is right there. He jumps in. Oh my god! Purify the nature! What? He's able to survive, and now Rossi gets caught, but he's still able to use that rough waves. Uda with the primal rat. Nino with the blazing DEWA. Out to the back! And in the Praesor's Wrath! Nino has full items now. And that's when he decides to pull the trigger.
Beautifully done by Alter Ego, taking 2 members down and gaining the pressure on the side lanes that they even get a turret for free, as well as the Lord. Value, value, value. Triple value.
That's the pressure that Alter Ego has. It's not the maneuvers, it's not the, I don't know, it's not just how they're playing it out. It's the composition having so much more proactivity. So DEWA United are stuck trying to counter, trying to wait for that big engage and turn it around. But because they do that, they lose out in turrets. They lose out in farming speed even. So like Mika mentioned, a full item Claude right here. I mean, Watt is quite close, but he has been stuck trying to make a difference in these big team fights. And it might not have been worth it, man, with the Lord coming in. Will Alter Ego go for a huge play?
See if they do. Lanaya gets pulled back. Rossi jumps in with the oddity. Unfortunately for Dixon, he doesn't find the cancel. Mortal Coil, Nino blazing DEWA to the back case. Forced to run away, and Lanaya gets bursted down. Once even with the help of the hard guard, it doesn't matter. Alter Ego with one swing, with one team fight. They take DEWA down.
And they rip DEWA United's dream to secure themselves that playoff. It was so close. It was so close for DEWA United. Just inches away. But it fell through their fingertips like sand as Alter Ego chose the right mask today. They chose to win. They adapted. They used their minds to outplay DEWA United. And in the end, they're able to win it. They're still in the running towards the playoffs. Congratulations.
That is insane, man. Alter Ego pulling DEWA back down and says, you're not getting away just yet. You're gonna struggle in this for just a bit longer. But man, that last game, that was so clean, so much more different, so decisive from Alter Ego. They must have found something, noticed something, or have they just been holding back? Because the Kage here walks up with confidence. He is putting on a show.
So that's why he was so tense.
Maybe.
He was thinking.
A serious Kage, dude.
A serious Kage is a Kage that you don't want to mess with. This is the results that you get. And this surely will propel them in terms of morale as they have one more match ahead of them. One more.
Well, now, we basically can say it again. We've been repeating this line for a whole lot, but man, oh man, any team is beatable. Alter Ego going up against DEWA. They were the underdogs for sure. DEWA looked strong, beating Geek Fam yesterday. Top 3, by the way. And Alter Ego just took a win.
So unpredictable.
What is predictions in season 12, man?
It's 100% for me today. Oh, no, it's not.
100% for what? I couldn't hear you over the other champs right here.
What?
What?
What? Oh, man, Alter champs are just loving it, and I understand, right? Their journey this season has been anything but easy. It's been so tedious for them, and we finally get to see them on stage for the best interviews. As always, here we go.
Alter Champs, nyawa dari Alter Ego diperpanjang dengan kemenangan barusan. Hashtag 7? Sudah, apakah masih 7? Kita masih nggak tahu ya karena perhitungannya begitu rumit dan Alter Ego. Kalian nggak dibalas dendam ini. Kalian membuktikan lagi, kalian ngedapetin kemenangan lagi di leg yang kedua. Apakah ini kekuatan mepet?
Kekuatan mepet? Enggak sih, Bude. Enggak mepet. Emang gampang aja lawan DEWA.
Serius?
Iya, enggak mepet.
2-1 loh.
Ya kan leg 1 juga menang kan?
2-0, sekarang
iya.
2-1 nih.
Ini konteksnya lawan DEWA doang ya.
Iya.
Kalau lawan DEWA gampang.
Apa gampang dari apanya tuh?
Masa kalah sama anak baru, Bude?
Sepuh.
Biar ide gua.
Ampun ya. di tempat Kak Pa ya. Jadi kalian menang dari segi pengalaman nih.
Iya, pengalaman jelas.
Tapi kan marksman kalian bisa dibilang lebih mudah dibandingkan playernya.
Soal ML yang lain, marksman gue lebih pro.
Percaya teman ya?
Percaya teman.
Percaya teman dari Kak Pai. Posisi kalian tuh dagdikduk seru banget. Kemenangan ini pun mungkin kalau kalian memenangkan match hari ini dan juga nantinya minggu depan, itu juga masih harus berharap dengan tim lain, performa tim lain. Apa yang kalian mungkin omongin di belakang? Ayo guys, kita usilin teman-teman kita yuk atau tim-tim lain. Ada nggak kalian punya trik lain nggak?
Nggak ada sih, kita cuma ngasih yang terbaik di sisa match aja. Kalau nggak lolos playoff, ya udah ketawa bareng-bareng aja.
Ketawa sambil menangis.
Iya, yang penting kita tetap menangin sisa match aja sih Bude. Kalau emang rezekinya nggak lolos ya udahlah.
Emang ada perasaan akan nggak lolos?
Enggak, cuman kan menang. Kan menang kita juga tetap harus bergantung sama tim lain kan, walaupun menang.
Oke, yang penting bersama aja terus ya. Itu alter stage nggak boleh. Harus play off.
Cakep.
Itu bukan pantun. Bukan. Tapi menarik pastinya dari game ketiga kalian bisa dibilang membawakan satu yang menarik. Fleksibel banget dari hero kalian, tiba-tiba kamu pakai Fredrin, itu memang ada rencananya. Kalian oke, kita flexin Fredrin, nanti gua yang pakai chill, tenang aja gitu nggak?
Enggak juga sih.
Itu ide atau?
Enggak ide juga, emang common hero aja kan, semua juga pada main Fredrin kan.
Oke.
Enggak menarik ya jawabannya, maaf deh Bude.
Gak apa-apa,
mohon maaf kalau nggak menarik.
Jadi ngelihat tadi dengan Hellcurt pick kalian, apakah itu sengaja untuk kasih surprise pick untuk tim Dewa United?
Oh, kalau Dewa nonton MPL harusnya HC Celi Boy OP banget sih, harusnya di ban.
Oh, harus di ban ya?
Kalau nonton.
Nonton dong, mereka main bahkan. Tapi iya, ini menarik banget apalagi game ketiga mereka dengan membawa Hellcurt ngedapetin poin kemenangan. Namun game 1 dan game 2, what happened dengan kedua tim ini? Hah? Nino kenapa? Dua game ini? Di game pertama, game kedua?
Salah Nino sih, mungkin komunikasinya ragu. Salah Nino, kalah game 2 itu salah Nino.
Gimana dong?
Lu ya?
Tuh kan pada sedih semua loh. Katanya jangan nangis Nino, jangan nangis Nino. Menarik, kita akan ngebahas nanti ya tentang Nino yang dia merasa komunikasinya. Tapi ada juga player of the match nih. Siapa kira-kira player of the match yang kalian bayangkan di 3 game ini untuk Alter Ego? Nino. Pada joget Nino. Akankah Nino yang menjadi player of the match? Mari kita cek bersama-sama player of the match. Maaf ya Nino, ini Udil Nino. Udah bukan Rasi juga ya. Udil lama banget loh nggak ada di layar, Dil. Iya.
Jadi tiba-tiba pingin speech gini Bude rasanya.
Mau speech apa Udil?
Dengerin guys. Mungkin season ini, seriusan speech nih ya jadinya. Mungkin season ini kita kerasa berat kali ya. Cuman yang gua bisa bilang, apa yang gua omongkan itu gak akan bohong. Buktinya apa ya? Tadi sprint di akhir. Benar gak? Ya benar. Yang kedua ya, kita masih punya harapan. Meskipun chance-nya sedikit. Cuman bayangkan, season 6 kita kena comeback. Kita masih bermain, artinya apa? Kita punya harapan. Season 7, Hayabusa ngebug. Gua masih main karena masih ada harapan. Season 9, Opai nge-like. Gua masih main karena masih ada harapan guys. Selama gua masih main, gua bakal berjuang buat kalian. Gua bakal bermain sampai akhir hayat guys.
Luar biasa loh semangatnya loh. Luar biasa loh. Kalian jadi berapi-api gak sih? Langsung semuanya berkaca-kaca gara-gara kamu, Dil.
Ya kurang lebih kayak gitu Bude. Terima kasih guys buat udah dengerin.
Udah gitu ya. Tapi Dil, ngelihat mid lane zaman sekarang kayaknya yang sering di layar itu kalau nggak Rom ya mungkin EXP-nya. Mid lane tuh sekarang memang sulit bersinar atau gimana Dil?
Berhubung gue kagak tahu Bude, jadinya sebenarnya nggak penting lah yang kayak gini player of the match nggak penting. Yang penting mah tim juara, angkat piala itu yang penting,
Tim juara angkat piala yang penting masuk playoff juga ya.
Betul sekali Bude ya.
Betul sekali. Nextnya juga bisa, tadi Nino ya, Nino belum selesai loh Nino. Tadi kamu kenapa bilang itu salah Nino komunikasinya?
Ya bikin ragu aja sih Bude yang pasti.
Enggak. Tenang, kita semua aman ya.
Aman.
Tapi udah langsung kalian mungkin perbaiki di game yang ketiga.
Ya perbaiki sih, buktinya kayak makro game yang game 3 kita yang pegang kan.
Yes.
Iya.
Tapi ketika momen-momen kamu nge-defense sendirian gak bisa clearing minion dengan Brody. Apa yang kamu omongin ke teman-teman dan gimana respon dan semua kondisi kalian tadi tuh?
Cuman bilang, guys lihat Lord. Lagi pada perang di bawah, gak apa-apa dah. Ya langsung kalah aja.
Karena memang gak bisa diapa-apain juga ya?
Gak bisa lagi pada fokus mekanik kan.
Fokus mekanik.
Yeah.
Dan di game yang pertama, Dewa juga kayak gitu. Apa respon kalian? Atau apakah emang kalian sengaja nge-drag Lord itu apa kalian gak nyangka juga, loh kok minionnya masuk?
Emang awalnya udah nge-notice sih ada wave di bawah kan. Terus kebetulan sekarang Magic pukul tower udah sama kayak PC kan. Kayak gitu. Jadi kan Udil ada kemungkinan bisa kayak gitu kan. Jadi gak semua MM bisa pukul tower sekarang.
Jadi Udil ini dia sendiri yang langsung cus atau kalian Udil masuk kayak gitu?
Dia diem sih tiba-tiba sprint aja tiba-tiba nge-end.
Tiba-tiba, keren memang sih Udil, kelas, mahal ya, mahal. Komunikasinya, itu bukan komunikasi ternyata. Oh, Rasi suruh ngomong katanya. Rasi suruh ngomong apa? Katanya kamu suruh ngomong Rasi. Ngomong Rasi. 2 mic nih buat kamu. Rasi, nextnya kamu kan bakal ngelawan mungkin Aura nih. Oh, udah satunya, udah Aura. Apa yang kamu mungkin ini ngebayangin seperti apa pertarunganmu nanti sama Aura?
Saatnya main Valir nggak sih Bude?
Valir terus nih.
Soalnya kan naga api kan?
Oh, naga api ya? Nggak trauma sama yang kemarin ya, tetap gas aja terus ya? Api dilawan dengan api?
Bener.
Jadinya?
Kebakaran.
Siapa yang bakal kebakaran?
Aura jelas.
Ini kalian fokus untuk masuk babak playoff, tapi kalau kalian masuk playoff ya, Jelly Boy. Oh, siapa nih yang kira-kira gak masuk playoff?
Ya gak masuk. Kenapa pertanyaannya ke saya kayak gini Bude?
Oh yaudah, Jelly Boy mau ditanyain apa?
Apa ya? Kalau misal pertanyaan itu bisa dibantu sama Opai sih.
Sama Opai ya?
Bye-bye.
Sama Opai ya? Tapi memang deg-degan ya, apa yang paling kamu, mungkin tim mana sih yang mungkin yang bakal jadi kompetitor paling berat untuk masuk ke babak playoff? Karena yang di bawah sekarang juga semuanya.
Sama aja pertanyaannya, cuma dibedain doang. Apa ya Pai? Kata Opai kemarin Aura, EVOS, sama kemungkinan Dewa. Nah kita lolos. Opai yang ngomong EVOS sama Aura.
Berharapnya gitu ya?
Iya Bude.
Tapi itu berharap karena semua tim pasti ingin masuk ke babak playoff. Tapi Jelly Boy, apa kekuatan terbesar yang dimiliki oleh Alter Ego sampai saat ini nih? Buat Jelly Boy khususnya? Udah di depan mata ya?
Kekuatannya apa ya Bude ya? Mungkin kita ada alumni pesantren aja kali ya Bude ya. Jadi doa di late game kayak gini nih berguna banget. Doa-doa dari alumninya.
Oh, doa-doanya dia.
Iya Bude.
Support dari Ayang Babs.
Iya Bude, jelas Bude.
Ada, kamu nyampein sesuatu gak sih?
Apa ya Bude ya?
Apa kek?
Aduh. Nanti Bude itu off cam aja Bude, jangan di sini Bude. Nanti diserang sama bocil-bocil ini, sama bocil. Iya itu lah bocil.
Oke, tapi Alter Sam sudah kepengen kata-kata dari Jelly Boy atau kata dari Opai tuh. Mereka kepengen sesuatu nih. Opai. Penutupan untuk hari ini, minggu ini untuk Alter Ego. Sampaikan sesuatu dong.
Gila nih orang-orang nih.
Emang?
Yang pasti yang perlu lu pada tahu, nggak ada kata nyerah sih, itu aja.
Tidak kata menyerah. Untuk next match-nya untuk Aura, apa yang Opai harapkan?
Aran tetap ngurus minion aja biar kita menang.
Biar menang. Kalau ngurusin kamu pusing?
Iya pusing kalau diurusin.
Oke, sekali lagi yuk kita kasih tepuk tangan, boleh nggak sih? Langsung semua bersemangat tentunya untuk kemenangan 2-1, cukup dramatis tentunya untuk tim Alter Ego dan juga Dewa. Sempat balas-membalas, tapi game ketiga luar biasa. Seperti apa game ketiga? Mari kita pecah bersama-sama, bedah bersama-sama, bersama para casters dan juga analis. Silahkan.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and I think that interview warrants some translation from Arashi.
Which part? Where do we begin? I don't know.
Udil was saying,
in the previous seasons, whatever the trouble was, someone lagged out, his favorite hero was bugged, whatever it is, I'll still play. I'll still keep playing. There's no giving up. It's not a thing that Alter Ego understands. Pi even restated it in the end. Gak ada kata menyerah. We don't know the word give up. And Alter Ego are delivering. And they have promised to their fans, man, whatever happens, whatever the circumstance, we will keep playing for you.
That was
an amazing speech.
Emotional roller coaster. You get the laughs, you get the, you know, the not the sadness, but the, what do you call it? Terharu. What's the English word for that?
You're touched.
I was very touched.
I think so too, man. I mean, again,
everywhere.
Whether you hate them or whether you love them, you cannot deny the fact that, you know, they are the most charismatic team. They are the best team on the mic. Maybe not in the Land of Dawn, but it doesn't matter because they'll always be fighting till the end. Never give up. That's the motto for Udil, a man who's been in the game for a long time. Season 3 champions, treble winners as well. Back when he was in Onyx, the Kage era, and this time getting a player of the match, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And honestly, I just love seeing the salty nerds in the comments every single time these chads come up on stage after a win, spreading their charisma and not having a boring interview.
Always the best interview, man. I think that's no question. I think no one's debating that. Looking at the highlights for that previous game, of course, Udil trying his best to swing the balance in his favor using the utility. But overall, in the early game, it was DEWA, man. It was so solid. But what they failed to realize is during all this, every single small fight, Nino hasn't exactly been participating all the way. This was in the first team fights, but afterwards, this was the main blunder. Selly Boy getting the kill. This could have been a free Lord, but Selly Boy definitely saved it. And DEWA United, there was an uncharacteristic mistake completely. And afterwards, it's Nino with a gold advantage, farming hard like the true Indonesian he is, getting all the items and just decimating that backline. And with such dive, with such an advantage when it comes to gold, sustainability, they just went straight for it and showed DEWA that you want chaos, we bring the chaos.
Definitely. One word to describe just the entirety of this series was chaos. And we got to see it, and we loved to see it as well. And as Udil was player of the game, it poses a question of a very interesting itemization build, right? Boots COD, NOD, Divine Glaive, no Truncheon, no Book. Interesting. Why?
I think his role here, or his intention at least, is to be a bit more of a DPS machine and debuffer, right? If you see what he targets, what he takes away, we didn't see him steal away the Feathered Airstrike. We didn't see him steal away the Hard Guard. He keeps going for the power of nature. He wants to turn into the Edith, right? Basic attack again and again, do damage, apply that buff, and in a duel against Dixon, maybe he would come out on top. That is what it seems like what he was trying to do, and maybe that's exactly why he went for the weapon mastery as well. He is trying to be a secondary carry on top of the rest of the members, because now he knows on this other side of the team, on DEWA United, there's not a lot of frontliners, and if he gets damage on top of that, if they can run over the Farsa as well, there's no chance. And Keys and Watt and the rest of DEWA United, they just weren't ready for it, and they got steamrolled in that final engagement.
And I think it's just the understanding and the subversion of expectation from Alter Ego. Game 1 and Game 2, it was always a battle of who can take the prolonged team fights, who can go back and forth better. In this game, for Alter Ego, they made the right adjustment. They made it so there was still thought it was back and forth, but it was always an all-in that they were eyeing for, and the all-in that they did not expect was the all-in that ultimately won them the game. Selly Boy, 0 and 2, no threat at all. We've been covering our, backline has been completely okay. Selly Boy's not a threat. Comes in, gets a double, forces them out of the Lord. And all that time, where Selly Boy's been dying, where a lot of them have been quote-unquote inting, it was all space given to Nino, farming in the bottom lane, getting those items. Once he got those items, you can see, rich guy, GPM, 880.
I think a big factor here is that Angela pick, right? The Hellguard pick came after, and I think initially, DEWA was like, we're gonna keep fighting, and Angela would be amazing, more sustain, anti-burst. But it turns out the last two picks from the side of Alter Ego is all aggression, man. They want to make sure that the backline has nowhere to go. So if this was the previous game, where maybe there's a Franco, or maybe a Ruby, right? Some other utility, crowd control hero, Alter Ego would have a very difficult time. But they, like Mirko mentioned, subverted the expectations, made it seem like they're trying to go for a more decisive front to back. And just like that, they made sure that anyone from DEWA cannot move on their own. And from corralling them together, they let Nino get that gold advantage.
Yeah.
What was that
Waiting for
pause?
that late response.
130 MS Eterna today, but what's not 130
concerned.
MS?
Well,
If you
Eterna
want
needs Telkomsel. That's why she's lagging.
digit MS. That's it.
DEWA Games
DEWA
against Telkomsel. I'm still trying to react to the 130 MS, so I'm trying to slow it down here, guys. If you guys don't want to be Eterna
Please
today
help
with the lag, you guys can go and check out Telkomsel, because not only do you get amazing, super fast internet, but every time you make a purchase of MLBB vouchers or items using Telkomsel, you guys will get extra savings and there's an an additional 3 gigabytes of data quota.
And
Oh, is that it?
How do you get the promo? What website?
you call Mirko.
No.
Or you go get it at dunegames.co.id. Because with the quota that you have, you guys can finally check this out too.
What is this?
This is super cool. It's MICC, MLBB Indonesia Community Cup, where you guys, or you know, even us, right?
Can
If
we
we're
make a caster
interested,
squad?
we
Yeah.
can- you guys
Ooh,
won
yo.
the caster competition, the fun match,
I
right?
mean, but that was easy.
Savage.
All right.
You just called. Never mind.
Yes.
Anyway,
moving on to avoid confrontation.
everyone can actually join this. And the thing is, the gist of it, the best part, the cherry on top of a beautiful cake is the top 2 will be able to get slots to MDL.
What?
MDL.
No, I'm lagging. MDL, 2 slots for MDL?
Yeah.
Okay, so what if we win?
We get to play MDL. You have to caster yourself.
All right, okay.
Well,
But
no, not you.
We can do it, technically.
Oh my god.
It's so cool, right?
Yeah, dude.
You get a chance to
All these pathways.
meet the future Superkins. Super
Plural.
Mirko.
Super Kens.
They already have a Super Marco.
Super Mirko.
Marco. Rakitiano.
Your spelling matters, bro.
He's in MY.
PH, man.
PH. I tried. I'm laggy and I have a bad memory. See, this is why I need
You need a break.
and
Eterna, you need a break. It's been a long series.
I tried.
You need a break.
Oh, that's super red.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Because we do have our final boss match of the day. These are 2 teams who have been in the industry for so long. You can even say that they pioneered the MLBB community now of MLBB Multiverse here in Indonesia. It's the classical derby, EVOS Legends and RRQ. But before that, we are going to go on a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you after.
Yeah, but look at the Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking down the
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Tapi gak ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Kalau menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke. Kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya banyak banget player yang mekaniknya tinggi banget, tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada Dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana caranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah. Semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti. Siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok. Dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah. Ya kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong lah, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orangnya itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu. Kedua, kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, enggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure, ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB. Kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia. Kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin Edward.
Edward,
satu. Terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih, lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu, ya kan? Siapa tahu V-Wise. Terus, ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih sebutannya masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Roamer. Kayak
Yawi.
siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih. Udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah, kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener V-Wise karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya karena dia eksekutor juga ya jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan mobile lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu God lane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik kristalnya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya? Agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang tiba-tiba muncul nge-backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya?
Aman.
Kalau udah aman ini sebentar kita bakal masuk ke Line of Down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup aja. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Rico,
Om,
kepencet anjir.
Om.
Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman Dok.
Kepencet guys, sorry guys, kepencet.
Ini rame banget, kenapa dah?
Gak boleh recall.
Rame banget.
Sekarang ya, pada sekarang gak mau lawannya. Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau ke mana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita dong sama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Bawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Itu masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan Game ID. pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya, bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Daftar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia,
keren.
5-0.
Gokil. Wah, Zil berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah, boleh kali.
Ya, Food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Korik dulu. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
It's an action-packed night here in Jakarta, Indonesia, as both of these teams will be entering EXO Hall MPL Arena for the El Clasico, the Classical Derby of leg number 2. And of course, it centers around these two teams, RRQ and EVOS Legends, two extraordinary organizations who have spearheaded and made MLBB this big, this immense, gathering the crowds, gathering the masses to the esports we see today. RRQ with an up and down performance, bringing out all their guns in this classical derby to be able to win it against the White Tigers.
And on the other side, EVOS Legends. Yes, the White Tigers spearheaded here by their drafter, now demoted to assistant coach, Caleb. The team that has everything to prove. Still at 8th place. It has become a bit of a meme, this standing, but they can show to the world that with the promotions, with the changes in the roster, that they can still be one of the best in MPL Indonesia.
This is the classic derby, man. It's about pride, it's about honor, it's about heritage. And we'll see how can both these teams with their new generation find the same success, find the same performance that their predecessors have done before.
We have to remember M1, right? It was EVOS and RRQ battling it out, fighting for that first place position that ultimately paved the way for EVOS Legends to win that first M series. And look at them now, right? The twists and turns, the journey, the roller coaster ride that is the MLBB life. As here we are today, I don't remember the date. But we are here standing, watching completely different players, but still with the same veracity, still with the same epicness of the classical derby. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the last match of MPL ID Season 12, Week number 7, Day number 3, as we want to thank our sponsors for making this possible. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, OBS Gold. We have our partners in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. You guys can catch us on our official broadcast and Max Stream, TVR Sports Video. As we also want to thank our suppliers as well. We have Indomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. Last but not least, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by Pepe SE. Now the classical derby. Back at it here with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko and Arashi. Leg number 1, it was a 2-1 for RRQ. EVOS Legends were able to win that first game, and it was a completely turnaround for RRQ. What can we expect today?
Well, we can expect it to be different already. The rosters are going to be different for EVOS 100% of the way. It was the ISF roster in the first leg with Dreams and Hijume, with Fluffy as well, a new addition to the team. But now, they've been demoted, Hijume and Dreams. We are seeing a new era of EVOS Legends. We might as well call them EVOS Icon, because it's the EVOS Icon team with Veldora finally being promoted.
Well, whichever is playing, this is a battle of pride right here, but it's also a matter of life and death for EVOS' playoff hopes. In Season 10, they did not qualify to the playoff, 7th place in standings. Season 11, 5th place, securing the playoffs in Week 5 and 6. Now, Season 12, it's more precarious than before, technically, but 8th place in the recent standings. There's still a higher chance, though, because they have 5 more matches to go. Doesn't mean that this one will not count. This could be the deciding one, for all we know.
And they need it. They need it. There's just so much pressure on this team. And you need to be able to empathize with it, right? You are in a team with one of the largest fan bases here at MPL ID and maybe even the world. And the performance that you've been given so far, it's just too many expectations, too much pressure. And I feel for them.
Unfortunately, I mean, I do feel for the players, but as an organization, I would say they did it to themselves, right? Their success, winning M1, the fans won't be happy with anything less than that. They want M1, they want more World Championship trophies, and that's what the players have to bear on their shoulders. They have to lift this name, the organization, back to the top. With new members, with new players, with new coaching staffs, they've tried everything they can, and now we can only see what the result of the training is.
And let's not even go too far as getting that world title. They're barely even making it into the playoffs, Arashi.
That's a struggle right here. After such success, after the bar has been risen so high, now they're just having a very big slump in performance. Started a few seasons ago, and now we'll have to see if the new blood, the new generation, can finally bring this organization back to its feet. And if they can, it's going to be a great day for the fan base. But if they can't, man, this is a very grim situation, especially with the rest of the season. Still, so many more games to go.
I mean, there's always a first for everything. I mean, EVOS Legends is a team we keep mentioning over and over. History, right? Making history. They made history being the first world champs, and then they made history being number 7.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about ISF.
Oh, do we talk about that?
7.
Okay, well, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Okay, ISF, WCG. So technically, they have 3 world titles. But maybe, I would say it's too many. Never mind.
They're good at being pioneers. They're good at starting something, but it just feels like they're not consistent, yeah? I think that's a safe word to put it, right? The way that they aren't able to capture the same level of success as when they first joined that tournament.
Or there can be the first person to ever be number 9, ever. In the history of
you're
MPL ID
right.
Season 12.
Dude, no way.
I just remember, oh, that's a good point.
I don't think anyone expects that to happen, but if it does, oh boy, history being made indeed by EVOS. But walking onto the stage right now,
Ladies and gentlemen, the kings of kings. Consistent as ever. It's Naomi, Versik, Scott, Tyron, and the king, the alien himself, making his debut fashionably late in a classical derby towards the end of season 12. Lemon, it's Rex, Regum, Kaon!
No way! I'm getting goosebumps all over my body! Lemon, the player that everyone has been anticipating to make a performance, to make a...
Wow!
Basically a presence here at Mpl Id, finally showing up. It can't get better than this.
Maybe it can. When there are veterans on the enemy team, there are newcomers. The EVOS icon, the WCG lineup, just missing Doma. With a veteran in brands, Captain Brands. Ladies and gentlemen, EVOS Legends!
Both teams having a change in the roster so late in the season. We've come to expect it sort of from EVOS, but from RRQ as well. Wow, a lot of people have been making predictions before this match begun, but now all the data is just thrown out in the wind, man. What is gonna happen? The coaches have so much to do right here, and we are still missing Coach Zaya for the side of RRQ. It will be Rave going up against the duo, Agi and Textump.
Oh, so it's no longer Caleb who's going on the stage with Coach Age, Textump back in the mass. And I gotta ask, right, Arashi, it's no secret that you are an RRQ fan. Does Lemon coming in make you nervous? Or do you think it's a good thing for RRQ today?
Why can't it be both? I feel like it can be a good thing, but regardless of how well he does, I'm gonna be nervous, man. I haven't seen the alien make an appearance in such a long time. I don't know what to expect. The keys to victory, though, by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, follow up the playmaking plays from Lemon. And along with that, with the new lineup, Versik will need to continue to play as a utility jungler with objective power. The neutral objectives are just way too important, and to RRQ's playstyle, I feel like having a consistent jungler, a solid foundation for the new members to really build on, that will be so important in ensuring a measure of consistency for this team.
I just have so many questions, Arashi.
Same.
So many questions. Number one,
why?
Where is Banana?
Okay.
Right? Dyron stepping in, that's cool. We remember him in his glory days back in Rebellion Zion, right?
Yeah,
he was the Khalid user that nobody could forget. He used it before it was cool. And before we get into that, let's skip to how EVOS need to win this.
The keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Screening Naomi's movement to counter RRQ's 3-man movement. At this point, RRQ, they go with a 3-man rotation very, very often. But now, they usually bring along Skylar as well to ensure that they have a consistent amount of DPS. We've seen now that the gold laner can't really be as mobile, can't really follow in like that without losing out in farm. So maybe they have to try and ban it out and shut it out all the way from the drafting phase and maybe from the matchup of the roamers. Along with that, contest... See how ban the Baxia? That's a pick that can work for EVOS if they want to. That Baxia though, that is something that Versik has been able to perform with so well. But it's with a different combination. I don't think EVOS knows exactly what to do here.
Let's go back to that first point, right? About the mid trio. Now, with RRQ bringing in not Clay, but Lemon, doesn't that require a certain level of chemistry and communication? I don't know. Lemon?
The main concern right here, especially because unlike previous seasons, there is another factor right here. Naomi has a bit of a language barrier, and so far, from what we've been hearing, it's been mitigated by Clay, just being extra attentive, covering his movements, communicating his intent to the rest of the team.
Shot caller.
Exactly, with someone as vocal as Clay missing, replaced with the mysterious silent lemon. I am not sure how this is going to play out.
I think my only question is this a move that will help RRQ? Is this a move that they are doing to win, or is it a move that they are doing to show or to hide their strategies, rather? They've already secured playoffs, right? They are a step closer to getting the upper bracket slot. So I don't think they would throw. They would try to use a weak roster. Could this be a secret weapon, is my question, that they have hidden up until this very point?
It could be, right? Because if we take a look at this, remember me? Oh, very dramatic. Since his last appearance in the MPL ID Season 10 playoffs, Dyron finally returns to the MPL ID stage after 332 days.
Basically a year. Almost 2 seasons ago.
Take what you will from this. On one hand, you can be like, cool. Nobody really knows what he's been up to. Nobody really knows his current play style. If there's any adjustments, if there are any differences, what's his hero pool, right? A lot of questions, but on the other hand, we've seen a lot of players be absent from the MPL stage for a season, and you can already see them deteriorate in terms of gameplay. So, good or bad?
I'm inclined to think bad, considering the synergy. The last second, the split-second decisions from RRQ has looked so good in the past few performances. So changing it right now is definitely a cause for concern. But on the other hand, like you mentioned, there's going to be a lack of data for Dyron. For Coach Age and Coach Texton, they're going to be trying to go off old data. Maybe that is the curveball that RRQ need to just gain an edge. Especially because for both teams, there are changes on both these rosters. It's not just a one-sided roster change.
Yeah, there's so many changes. It just opens up way more questions than I would be comfortable with, honestly, coming into this Classical Derby. So let's take a look and find some answers in the drafting phase of game number 1. We can see EVOS Legends on the blue side, RRQ on the red. It's a Paquito band out, Yves, Bruno, and Fanny.
I think they were banning out the Bruno, knowing that they don't have first pick. Mirko, our token marksman player, have been talking about this Bruno so often. It's dangerous, it's strong, it doesn't really have a lot of weaknesses to exploit. So along with that, EVOS will respect the Claude. We've seen some teams leave the Claude open and have it countered in-game through other picks, through counters, through proper execution. But EVOS Legends will not be tempting that option.
I think it's too risky to leave it open against Skylar, one of the best Claudes here, if not the best Claude in MPL Indonesia. EVOS Legends with the first pick on the blue side. Do they want to go for Edith? Valentina? Fredrin? No, it's the Novaria. A different approach already, an approach we saw just earlier from Alter Ego.
It's definitely dangerous for RRQ. Now, if they want to get a strong jungler, Fredrin is open, Baxia is open. That was one of the more consistent themes we've been seeing from RRQ. If they want to try and go for a roamer early, that is also an option to make sure that Naomi does not get counterbanned.
Irithel and Edith becomes the pick for them.
Interesting, right? Because the Edith, remember, Lemon was notorious for playing this hero back when he was in the EXP lane.
Now that's something that we forgot to mention, right? Lemon gives a layer of flexibility in that mid lane that Suelo offers to Rebellion Zion. And if you don't understand what this means, it means that there could always be a fighter in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
We've definitely seen that. I mean, the Terizla for Suelo worked really well. technically even for Bigatron. Remember the Lapu mid, Moreno played it and they were able to win against Rebellion Zion. So we'll see if RRQ can replicate that or if they decide to utilize Lemon's normal side of mages, right? Let's take a look at the Brody and the Fredrin pick. EVOS Legends securing a very solid flex pick here with the Navaria and the Fredrin. Still keeping RRQ asking. Whoa, Baksha pick.
Well, that was an interesting ask, but that Baksha pick comes in strong. It will be great against this Fredrin, and the Brody with the limited DPS, with the more burst-heavy approach, will struggle to take down this Baksha. The longer the game goes, the more items that Fairsec potentially will have on this Baksha. And in the early game, there's going to be a lot of movement, and EVOS have no idea what is the rest of the combination to go along with this Baksha.
I'm worried for the damage from EVOS. Do they have what it takes to burn through this Baksha in the late stage of the game? As we have a comment from the ex-coach of RRQ. RRQ needs to play freely, don't feel pressure, and focus on their own team rather than their opponent. So he's asking them to not tunnel vision for counter picks onto EVOS Legends. RRQ taking away the Kadita. I have a feeling that if Lemon goes in for a conventional mage pick in the mid lane, it's going to be a Valentina.
Valentina. Well, that is a hero that really fits the playstyle of the alien. He's very adaptive and he loves to make plays. We'll have to see if any ultimates are that appealing for the Valentina pick. But for now, that is a pretty healthy assumption. But looking at RRQ now, they're banning away the roaming position. I don't think they're convinced that this Nova will still be put in the roaming position, especially pitched against Naomi. That is a danger, an execution, a pickoff waiting to happen.
Exborg ban coming through. We've been talking a whole lot about RRQ. Let's shift things over to EVOS Legends with the newest member in their squad, Veldora from MDL. Part of that EVOS Icon roster, part of the WCG roster that won in Busan. Veldora, what does he bring to the table?
I hear he brings team fighting prowess. He plays heroes like the Arlet and heroes with a lot of utility, not just tankiness, right? He does not want to be passive, just accepting damage. This is a man that wants to be active in the fight and maybe go for playmaking potential of his own. So expect something crazy happening in the EXP lane, but they banned the Terizla themselves.
Terizla ban. Is it? Do you think a Khalid pick might show up? For either one, honestly.
Dyron.
That's
mostly.
interesting.
But I think if they do want to go for the Khalid, it has to be last pick, right? I mean, they want to use this Edith flex as much as they can. Technically, it can also be flexed into the mid lane. So at this point, anything goes for RRQ, but it's safer to secure a mid laner. There's a comment from Fairsec. It's also, oh, fun. Oh, Yuzong, wait. Okay.
Do you think Natalia might show up here?
Oh, too much physical damage?
Yeah, I think it's too much physical damage. But more fighters means more early game. They could be trying to take advantage of the inexperience, the lack of synergy from EVOS, and go and brute force. The dives, the tower dives, the lane dives, all the dives and aggression.
Oh, wait a second. There was a comment by Fairsec.
Yes, there was.
What was that comment?
He's very interested, or he's always very hyped when he goes up against EVOS Legends. Not only is this his ex-team, but also
his idol.
His idol is in EVOS Legends, Mr. Strong.
Whoa!
Oh my lord. What? Oh my lord. It's a Badang!
For Veldora!
full Reldora.
Channeling his inner Aran.
It could be.
Oh, and it's gonna be an Angela in the mid lane. Is it? It is. It's Lemon on the Angela. Not a playmaking hero, a healer. That is something we have not seen for quite a while. Against all the team fight, all the fighters from EVOS. It's gonna be a bit of a fist fight, man. Brawls all across the board.
Such a curveball. What does this Badang offer?
Yeah.
Crowd control, AoE, pushing power, and of course utility.
But why in this game? Why?
Why?
I'm very curious. Yeah. What gives the Badang an advantage over other XP laners that you would usually see, or even the Arlet getting placed in XP, right? Because they picked the Arlet for Van Strong here, Roamer.
So,
might be a pocket pick. That matchup though, man. The Badang against a Yuzong, we haven't seen it very often for good reason. I'm not quite sure what to expect.
Not really sure either, and I'm excited. So let's just sit back and relax and enjoy the show for the Classical Derby. Game number 1 between Restream Mpl and EVOS Legends.
Got a phone in the friend for this one. This question, man. I'm texting Diablo right now. Why Badang?
Diablo might need to
Why
shed
didn't you
some
ask
light.
me to do it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was a wasted opportunity. But continue, Arashi.
We'll have to see if if Diablo might be able to shed some light on the situation. But looking at the movements already, seems to be a bit more aggression. Of course, the clear coming from this Boxia is definitely a big weapon. But look at Dyron.
Oh, this might be. First blood already. Dyron going in. Veldora, 1 HP. There you go, the passive. DOT, Naomi now gonna be caught. Van Strong dealing damage, jumping over to Dyron, trying to chase Naomi. Down, but now with a good spear, Dyron might actually be caught up. Oh, the healing! The outplay, Dyron! What an absolute monster in his first game!
So close. So close.
That was dangerous. And RRQ, they have the advantage when it comes to the fighters right here, it seems, with the good build, the good mix of sustain and damage. Look at Lemon though.
Jumps in, gets tied up, forced to flicker. That's a W for RRQ.
This is an Impure Wrath Angela, by the way. Not a focusing mark, not a Brave Smite. The alien comes with something that we have seen in the past not so well, and he will be flickering out early.
Impure Rage. That's very interesting. Why would you go for Impure Rage here? Are you looking for the mana that you need in the early game?
That is the assumption.
Is it worth it?
We'll have to see. I mean, for now, we have seen that it hasn't been performing as well. We usually prefer the other emblems, but maybe the alien can make it work. With a team composition full of fighters like this, the more healing she can spam, the better it will be as Turtle is contested.
Naomi's looking for an opening right now. The shield unity connects right there, and Fairsick wins it. Once again, Fairsick with the Retribution battles, and now it's Dyron with the Black Dragon form, taking Sutsujin out. Even in the enemy jungle, Fairsick wants to capitalize on this even more. Purple buff invaded and taken away unless EVOS can steal it. Nope, Fairsick secures it for RRQ.
For someone who just debuted here after 332 days of being absent, Dyron surely is fired up. 200 KDA so far. And Town's prediction, not surprised, Papulong alone.
Not surprised about Bulung, but you know, we talk about curses a lot on the desk. I wonder what this means, but look at this, man.
Again, it's Naomi with the onward, gets taunted up, a spear to connect. Van Strong has the final slash, jumps in, Primal Wrath from Naomi. The final slash brings him back in the Tornapart memory. Naomi can be bursted down, but Naomi survives with the Primal Wrath. It's an outplay, and EVOS Legends lose Van Strong.
Whew. That was dangerous. Being able to survive like that, though, allows that Edith to do so many things, man. Soak up damage, deal DPS. In these long drawn-out fights, there's no way EVOS can match up to this. The healing and the DPS as well. An Irrital and and the Edith. This is a deadly combination for anyone that's going to be serving as the front line for EVOS.
It truly is, and I guess one of the main factors as to why is this fun fact by Grab Lemon. The last time he played as a mid laner was in Season 10 of MPL Indonesia, and in 8 games he was playing as a mid laner. Lemon had a 50% win rate using heroes like Yi, Valentina, Lunox, and Fermis. So already a very different shade to Lemon, using a hero like Angela, who is not so much a playmaking hero, but support all around.
We were expecting something crazier, something, or even a fighter that can really start fights, but it doesn't seem to be the case at all.
Fersic splitting it up. Vanstrong was baited in. A sphere connects onto Skylar, but Fersic with the help of the hard guard here is very, very tanky. Pops the Poisons as well. Sosujin tries to lock him down, but there's just no damage coming down. Appraiser's wrapped though, Veldora! It's a fist crack onto Naomi. EVOS are on the board, but doesn't seem like EVOS can look for anything on top of that. Fersic gets a free turtle.
That was a 5v4 situation, mind you. Dyron was still on the way from that top lane. But even so, RQ, sure, they had to lose Naomi in the process, but they were able to secure the neutral objective and successfully zone EVOS Legends away.
Considering the fact that the EVOS were trying so hard and they used so many resources to try and secure something, the fact that they're only able to get Naomi on the Edith is not a good sign at all. You cannot afford to use everything, including the Barang ultimate, to try and get the roamer, right? It needs to be placed more properly towards the members of RRQ. So we'll see what EVOS do to solve this problem. If they're relying on brands, like we mentioned, it might be not enough damage coming in from this Brody pick.
What are they doing here? What are they planning, EVOS Legends?
They're planning to survive the onslaught of damage coming in. Setsujin secures his orange buff. No retreat from Fersic earlier. Setsujin is trying to lock Fersic down now with the help of Vanstrong, Krine, and Veldora. 4-man rotation up top. Wow, good sidestep. That's a wall. Pinning Fersic down. That's 4 members, but my goodness gracious. Fersic, he doesn't care. The final slash bringing him back, but again he doesn't care. Now Brands though finally comes in. They needed 5 members to take him down. 2-4-1, a turret up top. Oh, there. Omi with the help of Dyron. It ends up being worth it for RRQ. Naomi's doing even more than that. What the heck?
That is crazy, man. The amount of time they spent trying to secure the kill. The Baxia Angela combo is just completely insane. And with that, look at the map. They're able to get the kills, trade evenly, but what are they giving up? The control over the waves, the turrets on the outer side. 2 has been lost for EVOS Legends, and without the turrets for safety, this means that Fersic has free reign to take over the jungle.
It's unbelievable how much anti-regen EVOS Legends needs right now, right? Because on top of the sustain coming in from Fersic, there's gotta be some way that you need to shred through that shielding and that healing coming in from Lemon. Otherwise, RRQ, they're just gonna walk all over you or wheel all over you in this particular case, as Skylar picks up a very important item.
The Berserker's Fury will allow them to do a lot more damage right here, especially to the backline members. If EVOS use all the crowd control for the front line, that is danger.
Good vengeance, anti-CC, locking him down right now. Final slash, with Fersic back, but in the back, look at Skylar. Dyron picks up the kill onto the turtle right now, chasing Brands down, and Skylar just walks him down. It's a double kill. Meanwhile, Fersic and Naomi, unkillable, despite EVOS Legends sending or using their resources to go at him.
You know what I've noticed? This is insane, but RRQ, it's like they're always doing 2 things at the same time. We saw earlier, plays on the top side and then turtle. Right there, fight on the turtle pit, but still the chase onto the orange buff. But look at this combo!
3-man, but it does no damage. Good CC, but now gets petrified and punished by Dyron and the lot.
Look at that stat, my guy. 4-0-2 on Dyron on his first game in forever. You expect a warm-up game, at least minimal. But he doesn't need that. He doesn't require that. He's falling back into old patterns very quickly, and it brings you back to the days of how he was able to shake heads when he was back in Rebellion Zion as their EXP laner.
Astral Echo, final slash, even the wall put down with the fist crack, but Fersic takes so much, and ultimately Vanstrong gets traded in 1 for 1 despite them using everything.
Well, that obstacle, the fist break from Veldora has been critical in just limiting the movement coming in from these high-speed movement heroes like the Baxia, like the Irrital. That is definitely a big problem that RRQ needs to solve. But at the same time, you're talking about Dyron. He was able to get the turtle as well in the previous fight. During the Black Dragon form, he just very casually collided with it and took it for his team. Now, RRQ is still in control, but you can see EVOS Legends, they're looking for objectives. They might get the top turret for free.
They're definitely looking for trades here. They need to. They need to shrink down that lead that RRQ have gotten themselves. 5,000, shrinking little by little here with the fact that they were able to get that turret on the top side, like you mentioned. And there's definitely a way for EVOS Legends to find more value, right? And if so, how?
I think it's difficult right now. There's not a real good target for them to try and pick off, right? The roamer is just so flexible. They've been able to get Naomi, keep in mind, but everyone else is just way too tanky. And they have no way of reaching Lemon either. That is the main problem right here. They're going for a split push, but 5 men of RRQ are at the Lord Pit.
5-man Astral Echo. But Naomi finds a pick on the Sutsujin there with the onward and an Earth Shatter. Final slash to disengage. Sutsujin running away. Naomi getting caught, but it's torn apart memory, but RRQ secures the Lord. Meanwhile, up top, Veldora channeling his inner Aran, picking up a tier 2 for free. Maybe not for free. Fairsick is looking for a kill back. Veldora is running, but I don't think you can outrun an Irithel with Leo on all 4. Skylar with a heavy crossbow. Veldora with a fist break and a fist crack. Even a flicker. So Tsujin catching Lemon, and that's a kill by the Sphere of Krite. 2 for 2. A kill and a Lord for RRQ.
Lemon, way too aggressive right there. Trying to help out with the kill, but not remembering that the Angela is absolutely vulnerable to every single member from the side of EVOS Legends. With the first turret still up on the mid lane though, RRQ, they really want to take this out. They need it to just deny more vision, have more control, and shut down Sutsujin even more. Sutsujin is a very capable player in his own right, but without levels, it's going to be a free game for Fairsick to just secure all the neutral objectives.
And on the other side here, players gold by Ubas gold, Skylar Brands on top. That's a 3,000 gold gap between the gold laners here. You can see Brands just struggling to equalize that gold deficit that he has, trying to be a little bit more impactful in the game. But it's tough, right? Because I believe that Brody requires a little bit of snowballing to have an impact in the game, but with Irithel leading this far, 3,000 gold, is there still a way for Brands to have an impact in the game in the later stage?
I mean, Nino and Watt have been consistently able to make it work, but now against the Novaria, you're seeing that this Astral Sphere is doing a lot more damage. But while all that is going on, the bottom turret gets taken out by RRQ. So they're doing a great job adapting to what EVOS is doing. But they seem stumped right now. They can't really get this mid turret. And finally, Sutsujin is getting some more resources in his own jungle that RRQ has been denying. And I think they're going to be waiting for the next big team fight. That is the RRQ way.
And now it's just the waiting game for both these teams, right? No neutral objectives. They finally slowed the tempo down, and we get to see the gold differences here by UBS Gold. Skylar, I think, holding the most. Yeah, the biggest gold lead, 2,000.
And close second is going to be Veldora and Dyron. It's about 1,000 gold difference. And look at this, they're just waiting around. At this point, EVOS Legends have some kind of damage, so they can't be completely ignored the same way RRQ was doing in game number 1. So having the Black Dragon form is a great bit of utility that RRQ can completely abuse when the Lord spawns in 15 seconds. If you look at the positioning, the wave has been set up for success. Unless EVOS Legends, they try and impact it and risk getting the Lord just snuck from under their noses.
That's a scary part, right? It's tough. But the thing is, RRQ, I feel like they have a little bit more tools to work with their composition, no? EVOS Legends, do they prioritize picks instead of full 5v5 team fights, or?
Let's see, Skylar has full items, so that's definitely another hurdle that EVOS Legends need to try to jump over.
They're gonna be going for this Lord just right now. And RRQ, they're really patient about this, but they're getting a lot of poke damage being done to them. And I think overall, EVOS Legends will be going for more of a big team fight. But now look at who's showing on the top side. This might be the Lord guaranteed for RRQ.
Good zone by the Black Dragon form. Ferris going to be brought back to the team by the final slash right now. Stunned up as well. Suzujin looking for an opening right now, but that's going to be the Earth Shatter, and Ferris secures it with the help of the team. 3-man toss. Skylar! Oh my god, the fadeaway to pick him off. And that might just be, yes, a double kill and a Lord for free. EVOS Legends weren't able to do anything up top.
Oh no, RQ looking to just dominate all over EVOS Legends here in the first game of this series. Look at that gold lead! 4,000 onto Brands.
That is an insane gold lead, and that is why he is at full items already. Having the Great Dragon Spear, he's gonna keep going. The whole team goes for a dive.
Well, what happened? Veldora gets picked off by the onward of Naomi. Brought back to the team. The Tornapart memory just tickles RRQ. EVOS able to defend from the minion waves, but look, one Lord is still standing with full HP up top.
And after doing that play, RRQ are kind of low, but that's where the Angela pick in the hands of Lemon really sees value. Now they can just keep staying on the field and go for this play on the top side with a man advantage. Veldora up in 8, 7.
It's a charge and a shield unity to the back. Naomi with a flicker shatter. The final slash. We're going to Ferrisic back right now with a taunt as well. Tornapart memory going to be able to melt Ferrisic down, taking his mortality out. Skylar still doing a lot of damage. Brazen Rat taking Ferrisic low, and now finally taken out by Krite with an Astral Spear. Another kill traded in for a big base turret, and it's only Ferrisic again.
It is the top side base turret though. You can only assume it's intentional, but having this in their disposal later in another 80 seconds means they have the macro pressure to ensure that they will get more priority in securing this Lord. On the other hand, Skylar has went for a some rapid boots right here. We've seen Aerithels go with no boots, but I think with all the slows being thrown around by the set of EVOS Legends, it's a wise investment.
I feel like Krite is going to be that #1 issue, right? The fact that he's able to have that AoE slow coming through. Skylar needs to be aware of that. But other than that itemization coming in from him, Veldora just picked up a Sea Halberd.
Veldora with the Sea Halberd.
Yes.
Will be limiting the healing from the Angela. Anti-healing is definitely something you need right here. And like we talked about in the previous match, having a box jam means that you do not have to worry about the healing denial. But look at the positioning, man. RRQ focusing on the top side of the map, prepping, making sure that they have pressure and they can punish before the Lord is up. In another 25 seconds, you can expect RRQ to be looking for a chance, maybe a concealed play as well.
They need to try and pick them off. I think they should go for that. And I do believe that the Sea Halberd was warranted because Dyron actually picked up an Oracle on top of everything. So in case Veldora has to do this exactly, housekeeping on the side lanes, and they send Dyron in to do the same, he has a little bit more of a fighting chance in that 1v1.
Well, we're seeing Athena's and Twilight Armors being built by RRQ as well. So honestly, it's a bit of a tough situation because with more items, the members of RRQ are gonna be even tankier. And keep in mind, it's a Brody that's trying to melt it down. And look at Dyron going in for the play.
Wow, pulling the trigger. Vanstrong with the conceal defensively this time. Shield unity connecting onto Vanstrong right now with the help of Naomi with the onward and the Earth Shatter, locking Vanstrong down. Flicker out, Suzujin, 4-man taunt. No follow-up. So able to escape for now. The Tornapart memory gets popped in. Veldora, fist spray only on the Ferrisic, missing it right now and gets punished for it. Skylar picks up a double. Naomi with an onward and the Earth Shatter, bringing Krite back. Brands free hitting, but finally now gets punished without the Wind of Nature. Goes back in with a corrosive strike. Suzujin all alone, and it's a wipe out for the Kings.
So wiped out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. That's it, that's GG. With all 5 members on the side of the White Tigers taken down, RRQ are showing madness. They are showing dominance, and they are showing strength and versatility against the 3-time world champs.
Man, no main roster, no Lord, no problem. RRQ snags away the first game.
Is that Lemon smiling?
It is Lemon smiling.
That's a rare sight.
That is character development coming in from the alien. What a performance though. against all the weird picks, against the weird new adaptation, against the new players. RRQ seemingly have no problem at all.
We were talking so much about RRQ because we were stunned with the roster change. Banana swapped out with Dyron, and Clay, legit the anchor of RRQ, being swapped out for a legend, sure, but someone that is so gacha.
Someone that is also not vocal.
Exactly, we were concerned. And it turns out, didn't matter.
They answered those concerns with a statement, I would say, right?
Amazing.
Because Dyron, a lot of people were saying the reason Dyron hasn't been getting playtime is because Banana is just so much better. What the heck was that, Dyron? That was a hell of a debut for RRQ. A guy who's been doubted, finally now showing his fangs again in Mpl Id. It's been a while, Dyron, but man, he has changed his style. He used to be a lane god, and that's it, right? He doesn't participate in a lot of these team fights. This game,
ensure a guaranteed Lord. That is solid performance, which is again erases the concerns about a language barrier.
Chemistry was what I was so afraid of. I don't like teams switching things up because I'm afraid that they don't have that connection, that non-verbal connection, that teams who have struggled through several matches build. But I didn't really see much of it at all here for RRQ.
And so many fighters, that was brutal, man. No minions, and they would just dove 2 members, not one. And one of them is a tank hero, right? A beefier hero. It wasn't just a quick in and out. They knew that we had a Baxia, they had a Yutong. Oh, you think your turret's gonna save you? Nah. Just run over them. What are you shaking your head? See this? This is Lemon.
He smiled.
He was smiling though.
At the end.
this was Lemon before.
Okay.
This is Lemon now.
Someone make a before-after picture, please. Like Lemon and Mirko's face earlier. We can definitely do that, but all right. We've spoken enough about RRQ. Now let's take a look at EVOS Legends. Veldora. What happened? I mean, the things he did in the game, right? The way he was able to actually cut off members of RRQ away from their team, I think it's really good, right? But they just didn't have enough damage. So maybe it's from the draft, you know? The idea makes sense. Oh, Irithel and Baxia, they're just too tanky. You can't just keep stunning them for that long. But if you create a wall between you, now it's a bit more difficult. But unfortunately, not enough damage. And even afterwards, we saw that final play where he went for a flank and it didn't really work out. So I think execution could be improved as well. And this is the concern. Well, hopefully they can improve because I hear we'll be taking a bit of break.
Are we?
I think so.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay, let's
It
go on
just
a break.
cuts now.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after the break. We'll be back in 5.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that short break, as we are at a 1-0 here in the Classical Derby. 1 point already in for RRQ as they lead the series. And the question is whether or not EVOS Legends, they have what it takes to come back into the game and maybe go for a reverse sweep. You know, we have no idea what's going to happen. There's no certainty there, but what is certain is using the best device in the business. The Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G, with its epic specifications, you are sure to have a lag-free game, flexing on all your friends. But what makes the specs so special?
Oh, you're talking to me? Well, the large RAM initially, 12 gigabytes, like a PC, as Mirko likes to say.
Like Season 12.
A 4 nanometer Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for insane processing power and 5G connectivity. Because, come on, lagging is no longer meta. I've been saying it. If you're still lagging, then you're doing it wrong. Is this a ping spike yet again? You need to upgrade to the Samsung, bro, with the 5G. Then afterwards, enjoy the wide 120 Hz refresh rate display and the 5,000 mAh battery, bro. So make sure you just take advantage of the cashbacks and the promos they have as well, because I think you get a cashback promo up to like 4 million.
Yeah. 4 million for every purchase that you guys can utilize if you go to samsung.com/ID. And when you're on it, right, you're confused as to, okay, I get value from my phone, but what other values can I get? And the answer is Blee, right? Skill on, the skin should also be on, especially with the new Neo Beast skins that I personally haven't had the chance to get. But you guys can, and all you need to do is purchase the in-game vouchers, and you can get a beautiful cashback over there. It's wonderful. So much value!
You don't have the Neo Beast skin.
I don't want to talk about it.
Alright, it's running out soon.
I'm really a main, and I don't have it.
Such a nerdy thing to not, to not have it, you know?
I know.
It's also such a nerdy thing to not watch MPL in the venue live, especially for playoffs later. Because right now you can buy it for 59,000, less than 60,000 IDR.
Luckily, I'm casting.
That's it.
But what about the people at home? Huh?
Yeah, is this the early bird promo we're talking about?
The early bird?
Dude, I heard it doesn't last very long, doesn't it?
No.
It's almost all gone.
Yikes, man.
Where's the venue again?
Mahaka Square.
Mahaka Square.
Mahaka.
So excited. And all you need to do is scan the QR code.
Rewind
Just,
a bit.
Rewind a little bit. Tap, 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 tap. There you are. That's the QR code. Scan it to get information on it and to get your hands on the tickets before it sells out.
Shush. All right. Let's take a rewind as well. As they rewind their screen, we rewind to game number 1. Badang versus Yuzal. We were questioning, is it actually a good matchup? I had to chat the Badang player. You know who he is. The best Badang in the world.
It's Diablo.
El Diablo. from RSG
The handsome devil.
The handsome devil. Had to text him and I asked him, Badang Yuzong, who wins? And he says, Badang for me. So, skill diff. That's what happened last game.
Well, hang on. I think you mentioned that there's a particular reason why the Badang wins, right?
And I quote.
I think, yeah. Well, you want to quote? Go
Once Yuzong jumps, he can't escape my ult unless he ults.
There you go.
End
I think
quote.
that's the main problem, man. I think the first initial fight on the top side was level 2 or level 3. No ult in the picture. So in that situation, without an ulti to augment the damage from the Badang, I think Yuzong wins out due to the sustain. That's a mistake that I think Veldora learned the hard way.
And even in the early game, it felt like the Yuzong was already winning lane, right? I think he was already at 2-0 at some point. So he was really racking up that gold, racking up in terms of items as well, and maybe that's what gave him the edge in the lane. But let's take a look at how this all pans out, how all this unfolds in game number 2 as we enter the drafting phase. Fanny, Joy, Bruno banned out. A thing to see is that both of these teams have actually opted to swap sides. Yves, Paquito, and Edith banned out.
Ooh.
So Claude is left open, but RQ still prioritized the Baxia.
It's important. It's what allows them to have so much pressure in the early game. Even if you have a lot of crowd control, a lot of damage, if you can't really catch your opponents, it's a different story. And the fact that Baxia can clear so fast, that's definitely a big problem that Sutujin will want some kind of solution to. There's no way he wants to go against this matchup again, maybe as a Fredrin without any backup.
The Fredrin kind of like, in theory, already loses up against the Baxia, right? I mean, the farm, the mobility. On top of that, mainly, I would say the anti-regen built into the kit. The sustain is what really creates that Psycho Fred power. And without the sustain, you're kind of just Fred.
Just Fred?
No Psycho.
No Psycho. Well, let's see, man. With a Kadita, bit of flex action here. And he was going for the Claude.
Very early.
Very, very early. I guess they're concerned about getting it banned out. Well, RRQ can still go for the Irithel, right? No reason not to go for the high mobility combo, high speed combo that the Baxia and the Irithel have. And with the Edith banned away, I do wonder what's the other pick. It's gonna be that Novaria.
Ooh.
Against a Kadita. Oof.
Hey man, it
Danger.
seems like RQ wants to say, this is how you use Novaria. I'll try to tutor you here. Experienced players on that side, and even the Terizla for Dyren. This was banned out in game number 1. Wonder what Dyren's cooking up the past year.
I'm excited to see what else he has up his sleeves. And for Novaria and Kadita, now that's an interesting thing, right? Because you would think Novaria would be a really good target for the Kadita, but another way to argue for the other side is the fact that Novaria can open up the map and prevent the surprise attacks coming in from the Kadita. So it really depends on how both of these pilots utilize the picks.
And it also makes a lot more emphasis on the frontliners as well. If your frontliners can give you some space for you to start looking for the flanks or start looking for information with your spells, that is where it's important. Right now for EVOS, they go for the Gourd. We talked about it a bit in game number 1. It was banned by EVOS themselves in the second phase earlier. They're gonna go for that as a solution to deal with this Baxia, right? You're too tanky, you're too heavily armored. Let's go with some true damage to try and make a difference. Against a Novaria though, that's gonna be a bit dangerous, but we are off to ban phase number 2.
And essentially, does this not force RQ to not play front to back? Wouldn't he lose in a front to back against Gourd?
I mean, it depends if they have this much dive, right? I mean, that Gourd won't really be able to move much if the Terizla and Baxia are on him.
I think, yeah, it depends on how deep they can dive. And if they're gonna go and get something else, some other solution, right? For now, no gold winner just yet. So with the Irithel banned away, EVOS, they seem to be trying to make sure that Skylar gets pressed down. But here's a question. I mean, I feel like if they're RRQ, there's no way they're gonna fall for the ban all of Skylar's hero maneuver yet again. I think they must have something in the bag here, secretly, against EVOS.
What does he use though? Carrie and Brody are the only 2 heroes that Skylar has left.
Brody seems okay. I mean, against the Claude, it's a winning matchup as well.
Leslie? We keep talking about the Leslie. It's against a Klon.
But they did ban the Yu
Oh,
Zong.
Yuzong ban. You're
So,
right.
No way.
Yu Zong 2 dives, maybe.
Is it happening? That is something we've been talking about
Fight
for
true
quite
damage
a
with true
while.
damage?
True, yeah. And it's not just true damage, it's true damage in crit meta. Leslie's a crit builder. That's even more crit, man.
It's a lot of crit. Let's see what Psychots has to say about this.
Let's say what crit has to say. Oh, Psychots.
It's Psychots.
Wrong guy.
In my opinion, we can still make it to the playoffs. Okay. This season is tough, and it's hard to predict who will make it and who won't because even those in the red zone still have a chance. It's very, very close. We even have rumors of potential tiebreakers, so that much is true. Here in the second phase, EVOS commit with a Grok.
G-Rock.
Why G-Rock?
The G-Rock can rather safely check for dangerous areas, wild charge to go for the Novaria. Barriers, right? The barriers. We're talking about the Badang. The barriers from the Grok can serve the same purpose. If you are good enough at, I don't know, architecture, trying to ensure that wherever you put the barrier, it's going to be a choke point, somewhere that's difficult for RRQ to maneuver around. But here we go, the epic reveal, what will be in the gold lane.
Oh man, let's see it. They have to pick it now. Is it going to be a Leslie? Oh, it is! Oh, it's a carry. I heard a female voice. I thought it was Leslie. It's carry. My bad. Kaja picked up as well. Kaja carry, the KK combo. And here, the Kaja carry, it's very easy for single target damage, for you to burst down one member. For EVOS, they want to look for a full-on team fight. So it already kind of nullifies that in a way.
Well, we have a comment here from Coach Phil. EVOS still finding their formula now to build a solid team for the playoffs. Seems like that's still not quite there yet. They are still building. But the carry, it's so dangerous, so close range. It's going to be dangerous unless crowd control is supplemented by the rest of the team. For EVOS, will it be an assassin? It's going to be an alpha.
Whoa.
What?
Oh, dude,
Alpha jungle.
Alpha is a way to counter the Baxia. Tanky members. We've seen this before, actually. GeekFam were the first ones to use this against RRQ. That was the first RRQ loss against the Alpha. It was Nile, now it's Sutsujib.
Very interesting, for sure.
Why does Alpha counter Baxia?
Max HP damage. Shredding through tanks. And just stick on people. You have sustain, proper sustain too. There's a lot in his kit that does well against the Baxia. Mainly though, the shred.
Because I would imagine Alpha has a lot of spell vamp, right?
Yeah.
And wouldn't that spell vamp be negated by Baxia?
Yeah. You're not going into this matchup expecting the sustained game. I think Susujin might just go for something a bit more defensive. But as I say that, he has the Assassin Emblem and also the Impure Wrath. That is something else, man.
Truly is. We're smelling blood in the waters here for game number 2 as both of these teams continue to fight as they face each other once again. Already a lot of aggression here in the early game as we welcome you to the Land of Dawn for potentially the last game of the series if RRQ can go for a 2-0 clean sweep.
This game is a game full of rage. Literally, 3 Impure Rages on both teams.
Both teams just want to get a bit more mana to go for those crazy fights. But look at that, as we are talking about, there's a lot of true damage coming in from the side of Alpha as well towards the Baxia. Might be the secret weapon they've been hiding here. Look at the Mystic Projectile. Watch it to set up plays for the side of EVOS.
Oh man, Vanstrong already. Now still able to escape, getting the passive as well, but Vanstrong again, first blood over to RRQ.
Dyron has been very active.
It's not the same Dyron, man.
Right? It's so weird to see.
He went from a blue bull to a royal bull.
The royal bull. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
There's
but
a lot of animals in RQ.
Yeah, looking at the emblems though, Weapon Mastery, Agility, and the Impure Wrath for both the Gord and the Novaria. I expect similar play styles, but we already saw earlier that Dyron, I think, will have a lot to say in how these fights develop, especially if he's able to land a penalty zone in the back line. That could be completely devastating. RRQ just have to be a bit worried because they have to save some kind of disable for the Blazing Duet and also for the Mystic Gush.
Some good damage by Brands, but it's only a bit of poke to stop Naomi from these invades. But you're right, there are a lot of animals, right? I mean, the Prince, the Tiger Prince, the Jungle, the Kingdom's Falcon, and also now the Royal Bull.
Exactly.
A lot of animals.
A lot of animals. Let's see if they can harness that inner instinct to be able to win this one. There you go.
Ooh, Fersic doesn't miss, and now he's going for more. The shield unity. My God, what is it? 100-0 in retreat battles now?
I think so. Fersic has not been losing at all. That is definitely a big problem for Sutsujin, man. He cannot match up to the farm rate and the time predictions by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Look at that, man. Kingdom is enjoying a lot of attention, a lot of support, as they are gonna try and increase their dominance. But on the note of animals, man, that's why it's called the Animal Kingdom.
Perhaps Skylar might want a animal nickname as well. So Sutsujin finally wins a retreat battle, but this time it's only for the purple buff. Haven't seen the Alpha do much work this game.
Small QQ. Why is...
Small question, Rush.
Yeah.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, this one's a big play. Oh, wild charge from the Breath of the Ocean, and the Kingdom's Falcon just escapes. Even Sutsujin tries to commit. Oh my goodness gracious!
That's what I really wanted to ask about. What's going on with the gold lane? Like, in theory, wouldn't Claude have a better time against the carry?
Unless it's an all-in, right? I think an all-in would really favor Skylar on the carry. Trades may be the Claude can have some, some advantage in. But you can see that the mid lane, the roaming, right? The fact that the mid lane is disappearing from the mid lane so often makes it very difficult for you to try and get something in the side lanes as well. Right now, it's back to the previous pattern, man. RRQ just slowing down a bit after they've gotten a bit of an advantage. Probably waiting for some item power spikes before they want to go for maybe a dive, maybe an invade towards the jungle of EVOS Legends.
I think that's what they're looking for. I think that's what they're setting up for. But meanwhile, man, Dyron and Veldora just really going at it. Dyron doesn't even prioritize clearing the minions at all in the bottom lane. He's actually going straight for participation in this turtle fight.
Let's see if he can do it. Spear of Alpha is a good tool, but penalty zone by Dyron comes in, and Fersic again! There's a blazing red to the back line, but Skylar still dealing damage. The wild charge from Beldora finds a kill onto Skylar. Naomi now walled down. The Kingdom's Falcon flaps his wings, gets out for a bit. Now Fersic with the wheels, coming down with a shield unity. Beldora using the power of nature, now gets smacked by the hammer of the Royal Bull.
A great fight for RRQ. Resources in the bag, the neutral objective as well. What a play from Dyron though, to rotate so early, letting go of a whole minion wave, and Veldora was just a bit too slow to react. But we can see now the trouble for RRQ. The gold laner is a bit too vulnerable, and so is Fersic.
There's the Gush, Spear of Alpha. There you go, finally able to melt. Fersic down. A win for EVOS Legends.
And finally, Krike gets that item in. The Ice Queen wand should be able to help out in these team fights. That slow is going to be an issue, especially that most of the members from RRQ, they're very short range. The only exception would be Lemon, and you would imagine that Van Strong has that covered in the back line.
Might want to see some rapid boots from the side of RRQ, considering that slows seem to be the only reliable crowd control that EVOS Legends can count on right now. If you look at the overall situation, I feel like RRQ still has control, but I bet Skylar is really trying to imagine some scenarios, trying to figure out some itemizations or methods to fight in this team fights without getting punished too harshly.
How does he do that though? He's so short-ranged. I mean, there's a reason why we don't see carry too often anymore.
Yeah, I personally am not a big fan of the pick, to be honest. So I think you just have to be very, very patient, almost painfully so, or his team just has to compensate, man, and just provide him with all the security, all the scouting, all the crowd controls as well. And when Naomi and Dyron are going aggressively, looking for plays on the map, I feel like it's a bit too difficult. And now Turtle is up, but the two members from RRQ are downstairs.
Yeah, I think they're focusing on allowing Skylar to farm, to come online first and foremost.
Well played. What a reset. They literally just got a free turret, and now Skylar and Naomi can rotate up top.
Turret.
EVOS need to burn this down, and even then, it might not just be free. Fursic, shield unity, penalty zone coming in. Fursic, there's no way. Okay, Sutsujin finds it. Mystic Gush and Veldora locking Fursic down. Mima on the back. Dyron dealing damage. That's a Divine Judgment. Bringing Sutsujin back as the wall comes down right now. But Veldora and Sutsujin gonna be melted down by Dyron. Nasty things. Lemon picks up a double, and Naomi's just zoning Brands at this point.
Whew. Big engage from Dyron to begin everything, but then the backup, man, that is what we're talking about from RRQ. EVOS Legends seem like they got the pick off, they're gonna get out of there, but no, everyone just comes back in, and Dyron right now is a monster. If he is not kept in check for the next fight, EVOS might be in big, big trouble.
It's always fun and entertaining to see an EXP laner that good, right? The plays that he's able to make, the opportunities he's able to create, and the fact that he didn't really prioritize getting the minion wave in the bottom side, and yet he's still having this same impact as he did in game number 1. Where is he getting the gold from? That's like the main question here. 105. What do you think?
1-0 and 5, well, I think it's just Terizla being so strong right now, that's number 1. And his job is relatively simple. Get in there, right? Disrupt everything, and then let the team do the rest, and now they go for it again.
Divine Judgment locking him down in the back. There's going to be the rough wave trying to blaze into web by Brands, but Skylar is able to position himself really well. Tyrant with one final smack onto Sutsujin, finding a kill, flickering out and getting a fade away. What the heck?
How? That is illegal. EVOS Legends lost the only possible equalizer in that fight. RRQ pull further away in the gold difference. And now EVOS, they gotta be confused. They've been setting up for a battle plan. Send Vanstrong to delay the backline, use the true damage to take out Fursic, but it's not working out.
Oh man, and to make things worse, Skylar picking up that DHS already as well. Is Brands at power spike? Oh, there you go. The golden staff. That's the answer, right?
I feel like right now Brands has so much responsibility. If EVOS Legends use all of their magical damage on Fursic, Brands needs to be able to clean up after the fight, after the initial engagement. But look at this, they can shoot away. It's a free Lord for RRQ.
Yeah, RRQ don't want to contest whatsoever, but instead they were able to get a sneaky turret in the top side. What are we thinking about this right now as 9 minutes in? Let's take a look at the items.
For RRQ, Lemon already has the Lightning Truncheon, so the squishier members need to beware. For the side of EVOS, they're playing really heavily into that slow. Ice Queen's one, Enchanted Talisman. Krite is expected to spend a lot of mana, but against a team with 2 Athenas, it's going to be a quite bit difficult.
And now what? Like, I mean, looking at the items, even the Grok, right? Only Heptacy is building to a BOD now. There's such a big lead here in terms of XP as well. Take a look at it, right? Based on the 2 gold leaders, it's a level difference. Now it's 2 levels. Skylar just got another level additionally. So on top of that, Divine Judgment locking Sutsujin down. The Spear of Alpha grants him a bit of safety, but ultimately, what is safety against RRQ? This composition. Brands dodging away from the spear, and EVOS Legends at this point are just, they're looking for scraps.
There's just so many unanswered questions that EVOS Legends have yet to think about, right? You're afraid of the backline for sure in Lemon. That damage is going to start piling up. On top of everything else, Skylar building up to that Malefic Roar.
Oh, the fade away from Skylar!
That's the carry special, man. You can't get away from it. It comes out too fast. You gotta be quicker than that. As RRQ extend their dominance, they let go of the Lord, let it get cleared, but then they punish EVO so heavily afterwards.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good for EVOS Legends. Imagine a 2-0. Vanstrong tries. He tries, man.
He tried that with the Petrify as well. And Skylar, you know it's bad when the carry doesn't even purify out of it. He knows he can take the damage.
Well, to be fair, Vanstrong wasn't quite close to Skylar in that attempt. I believe he was trying to zone people back just to get the clear on the waves. But like game number 1, 1 base turret down. Fortunately for EVOS, it's on the side of the Lord. So EVOS have a bit more of leeway to play around with here. It's going to be difficult yet again because they really can't contest the intel game. They can't really win the front to back. And this Terizla, I think this is the main problem here. Even if whoever the hell gets focused down by RRQ, Terizla will be between that person and the rest of the team, which means that Skylar is free to do whatever he wants for a select few seconds, and against a carry, that's all you need. Someone is getting taken down 100%.
And on the opposing side, an EXP laner here for EVOS Legends, Veldora. His first game. Not the best performances either. Not really much room for him to do anything. Look at that shot from Skylar!
It's the carry special. It's the carry special, Lunox special. If you have a carry in Lunox, it'll be even faster. Maybe even without a jungler. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
But yeah, when one XP laner is not having a good time, the wait. Ooh? Okay.
Does he know?
I think even if even if Veldora gets that engage, right? I don't think he can kill Skylar. No. There's a Purify. It's available.
Veldora has a BOD.
Still not enough.
Is it enough?
No.
Not enough.
Not without the crowd control landing properly. Again, with the Purify, it's a bit of a tall order. With the Rose Gold completed for Skylar, he is now going to be a bit more confident going up against Van Strong and Krite as RRQ. Man, Veldora is still there.
Yeah, he's looking for a sneaky
Oh my lord!
What damage is that from just...
Actual Spear.
That's...
And the Truncheon. And the Lightning Truncheon. Mid lane taken. Oh my god, again! Prance gets caught. Divine Judgment. Lockens is getting down. Veldora goes in the back, but Lemon just takes it. Prance falling behind Dyron with a penalty zone. 13 minutes. That's a blazing duet by Prance in desperation, but Skylar survives. 13-32. It'll be the end of it. 2 legs. 2 RRQ victories. The second time. It's even cleaner. 2-0.
Clean sweep by Rex, Regan, Kaon, and their Animal Kingdom. New lineup, no problem. No banana, no problem. No captain play, Deaden from Bogor, no problem. And it's official. This means that RRQ have successfully slaughtered 2 different lineups from EVOS Legends.
Woo, buddy. 2. The first time was so nice, they had to do it twice. That's a fair statement, man.
My heart goes out to EVOS Legends though, man.
That was brutal.
I mean, this was just the perfect display of contrast. RQ is on top. EVOS Legends, they severely needed this win to stay in the playoffs. And they couldn't get it.
And with Alter Ego's win, it only makes their run harder to make it to that playoff.
That bridge, it's burning, and it's burning fast. They're running out of time. And unfortunately, what we said before the match even begun, there's a huge possibility, there's a huge chance, once again, the White Tigers from being second place last season, not making it to the playoffs.
Painful conclusion for EVOS. We'll have to see, man. 4 more games available. They're not out of this yet. But this is definitely a day to celebrate for the Kingdom. It's a new formula, but it has the same effect. It's still as effective. What a game for the return of the Alien. Man, we can talk about the Alien, but what's up with the XP laners nowadays?
I don't know. Let's actually talk to them straight away as we take to the interview.
Tim RRQ semakin memantapkan diri di top 2 klasemen sementara di minggu ke-7 ini. Dan derby klasik kedua pun mereka menangkan. Bentar, ini kenapa tiba-tiba pada pindah ya? Tepuk tangannya dong buat tim RRQ. Skylar, kenapa kamu pindah?
Biar versi kayak dulu.
Oh, biar versi aja dulu. Bentar, ini Skylar apa Bangsin ya?
Ya.
Iya. Tadi bilangnya Bangsin yang berubah. Ternyata yang berubah bukan Skylar. Namun di sini ada kehadiran tiba-tiba aja. Selamat datang untuk Lemon dan juga Diren. Diren. Diren, selamat datang untuk di MPL ini. Gimana rasanya bermain akhirnya 1 season rehat. Di season kedua pun kamu baru bermain di minggu yang ke-7.
Alhamdulillah senang, apalagi main di RRQ dengan fanbase sebanyak ini. Terus ya alhamdulillah.
Rame banget, emang rame banget Diren. Akhirnya kamu bisa bermain di sini setelah penantian yang cukup panjang. Berapa lama line up ini kalian persiapkan?
2 hari.
Beneran? Ini beneran 2 hari? Untuk Dirennya atau bersama dengan Lemon? Baru 2 hari ini dipersiapkan line up ini. Mic-nya hilang, mic-nya Lemon. Baru 2 hari?
Baru sehari kayaknya. 2 hari tambah hari, 2 hari.
2 hari, ide dari mana ini line up berlima seperti ini Lemon?
Biasa sama aja sih sama line up yang kemarin-kemarin juga.
Tapi kan akhirnya Lemon nih bermain setelah banyak banget yang menanti. Lemon main di Derby Classic, apakah memang spesial buat Derby Classic?
Sebenarnya biasa aja, biar bisa main Angela Desah aja sih.
Menarik ya, emang biasanya kan hero-nya mage yang galak-galak. Tadi main Angela untuk perdana juga kayaknya. Gimana untuk memainkan Angela di panggung MPL?
Seru, soalnya 1 tombol doang.
Heal aja ya, heal. Seru. Ini berarti kita akan melihat line up ini, terus kah akan melihat Lemon lagi kah di panggung ini?
Oh, itu tergantung sama coach-nya lah. Coach-nya yang nilai semua.
Tergantung dari coach. Tapi untuk Lemon sendiri melihat performa dari Lemon dan mungkin line up ini gimana Mon?
Ya biasa. Gimana
Sesuai
ya?
stiker, ini lagi pakai stikernya. Biasa aja.
Ya biasa.
Tapi hype-nya masih terasa banget kan tentunya untuk...
Sebenarnya kan udah lama nggak di stage juga kan. Jadi kayak awal-awal main lagi aja sih. Harus adaptasi lagi.
Adaptasi. Tapi lancar untuk Lemon hari ini?
Ya syukur lah 2-0.
Syukur 2-0. Yang begitu luar biasa juga tentunya untuk tim RRQ dengan line up yang akhirnya. Jadi bukan apakah karena FOMO gitu. Kayak semua tim tuh ganti-ganti line up. Kok kita nggak ganti-ganti? Sebenarnya idenya ada ide dari mana nih? Is it because of you Naomi? Do you want to try another line up for RRQ? Whose idea is it? This combination?
It's just from our coach.
The coach?
Yeah, just from our coach.
And with only few days training, how do you feel about this lineup?
I think we already strong. Yeah. Already strong.
Already?
Strong.
Town, okay. Tapi memang kayak Town, you know, it's the best also. It's good. Iya, ini bagus juga untuk tim RRQ dengan lineup seperti ini. Katanya dari coach dan dia ternyata bagus juga. Tapi kalau dari kita ngelihat tim RRQ yang akhirnya berganti fresh banget. Apakah ini ada dari minggu lalu 3 match kalian cukup berat Persik. Lalu kalian mengganti player. Apakah berkaca dari minggu lalu? Apakah kalian merasa wah kayaknya udah kebaca nih?
Nggak ada sih sebenarnya, emang lagi kalah aja ya udah kemarin.
Oke, kalau hari ini ada hero yang cukup menjadi perbincangan. Semuanya ini ngebahas, ini adalah hero power, hero meta juga dari Persik. Baxia dilepas, apa responmu Persik?
Ya nggak tahu sih, ya main aja kan lagi dilepas ya udah main aja.
Seneng aja ya Persik ya? Gimana untuk
Glinding.
gelinding? Kamu nggak bosen gelinding-gelinding di Land of Down?
Enggak sih.
Pusing nggak?
Mutarin map, nggak apa mutarin map.
Mutarin map, dan kamu ngelihat EVOS Legend saat ini seperti apa Persik? Karena mereka berganti line up bahkan sampai hari ini terus-terusan nih.
Ya mungkin lagi ya nggak ketemu aja sih line up yang terkuatnya. Mungkin dia lagi coba-coba juga, nggak tahu.
Lagi coba-coba aja. Tapi menurutmu ini udah the best line up atau mereka masih bisa?
Bisa lagi kalau terus latihan kan, apalagi Paldora baru naik kan, baru di main hari ini.
Gimana performa dari mungkin player yang baru saja naik?
Paldora ya?
Iya.
Ya udah pasti berasa lah, lumayan kan dia udah turnamen juga.
Ya turnamen juga, jadi memang ini mungkin butuh penyesuaian juga. Tapi kalian kok cepet banget sih? Gimana nih berlima secepat itu?
Itu emang dari pesan coach saya sih, itu Lemon mainin sama Diren ya gitu.
Udah langsung gas?
Ya langsung gas.
5 klop seperti ini, apa rahasianya Lemon?
Apa?
Gimana bisa klop langsung kayak gini?
Rahasianya? Apa ya? Mungkin karena minum haus kali.
Minum haus. Segernya mantap. Bisa bersama-sama terus-terusan ya berlima ini. Bonding terus-terusan. Mungkin ada sesuatu yang kalian lakuin gak sih yang mungkin untuk melawan EVOS Legend sebelum ini mungkin tadi pagi. Siapa yang nama yang kalian sebut-sebutkan dari EVOS Legend? Adakah player yang mungkin menarik perhatian kalian?
Veldora mungkin.
Veldoranya?
Ya soalnya dia EXP-nya itu hero-nya tuh banyak gitu loh yang gak itu-itu aja.
Gak itu-itu aja. Hero dari Veldora menjadi salah satu concern dari tim RRQ ketika sudah di-up nama Veldora. Semuanya langsung melihat dan juga mencoba untuk mencari tahu setiap tim, setiap playernya. Menarik juga, tapi tentunya ada yang menarik dari match hari ini 2-0. Lebih sadis daripada leg pertama. Siapakah player of the match-nya tim RRQ? Siapa? Lemon? Diren? Skylar? Siapakah? Mari kita cek bersama-sama player of the match dari tim RRQ. Baru muncul, wajahnya sudah terpampang Diren. Diren, baru muncul wajahnya sudah terpampang. Gimana caranya kamu bisa langsung kayak comfort atau bisa nyaman langsung bermain di panggung MPL season 12?
Karena temen juga sih, karena mereka RRQ gitu kan. Orang kayak anak-anak juga yang semangatin, ikut juga semuanya. Nah, alhamdulillah.
Jadi karena teman-teman yang udah pada nyemangatin, siapa yang paling nyemangatin? Skylar ngomong apa tadi pagi?
Skylar?
Iya, nyemangatinnya gimana? Atau siapa? Siapa yang nyemangatin kamu dengan?
Ya banyak lah yang nyemangatin, ya Skylar juga, terus ya apalagi keluarga, terus banyak lah pacar juga, terus banyak lah pacar juga di rumah.
So sweet ya, so sweet banget. Dan ngelihat dari minggu-minggu lalu, kamu kan seorang EXP laner. EXP laner dari MPL tuh kayaknya lagi panas-panasnya nih Diren. Ada nggak player yang kayaknya wah, kayaknya aku harus lawan itu nih. Yang paling menarik perhatian Diren?
Cars, RBL.
Cars, mantan malah ya. Ada tersendiri kah? Ada alasan tersendiri?
Ya karena pengen lawan mantan aja sih, mantan tim.
Ingin mantan, ingin dilawan, udah terlewat tapi ya. Untuk next match-nya, apa yang mungkin Diren harapkan nih untuk tim RRQ?
Ya semoga bisa berikan yang terbaik aja di sisa match, terus nanti di playoff.
Bisa memberikan yang terbaik. Skylar belum dengar suaranya nih, tangannya udah dimasukin ke jaket aja.
Ya.
Skylar, 2-0 untuk EVOS Legend di leg yang kedua, lebih sadis daripada leg yang pertama Skylar.
Ya.
Apa yang kalian lakukan atau apa yang sudah mungkin kalian baca dari mungkin pelajaran-pelajaran sebelumnya kah? Atau ada apakah di hari ini?
Ya kita belajar dari kekalahan kemarin juga kan, yang kalah sama RBL sama Onyx juga kan. Ya kita improve lah itu sebelum mempersiapkan match lawan EVOS.
Apakah ada yang bisa disebut kira-kira apa nih yang berbeda dari hari ini selain dari line up ya? Apakah itu?
Ada Lemon sama Diren.
Oh, Lemon sama Diren.
Ya.
Itu jawaban kalian nih untuk hari ini?
Iya.
Oke, Lemon, kamu hadir di sini, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih untuk semua Kingdom yang udah dukung kamu berseru-seru, yang ada di rumah juga udah rame banget yang akhirnya kedatanganmu di sini, Jiar.
Ya thank you buat para Kingdom yang udah datang sama yang udah nonton di rumah. Tetap support kita terus, semoga kita bisa jadi juara dan dapat tiket di M5.
Langsung ya, sampai M5. Beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk tim
sama
RRQ. Apa ini?
Sama stay positif aja, jangan terprovok lah.
Jangan terprovok, stay positif, tetap solid, dan tetap happy bersama kita semua. Bersama-sama, itulah pesannya. Masih ada yang mau nambahin? Dada-dada, Persik dada-dada ya. Dan itulah dia, kasih tepuk tangan dong sekali lagi, 2 kali lagi, 3 kali lagi. Untuk tim RRQ, Derby Classic sudah berakhir di regular season. Akankah mereka bertemu lagi di babak playoff? Kita nggak akan tahu, tapi mereka sudah semakin secure top tuh. Kita akan breakdown dengan gameplay mereka mereka di game yang kedua oleh para caster dan juga analis. Silahkan.
RQ, congratulations to Rexareg and Kaon for winning yet another classic derby. And of course, congratulations as well to the debut of Dyron here in RRQ. We keep mentioning this over and over, but it was so great to see that fun fact, 332 days. He comes in, and he comes in with a bang, straight POTM.
POTM in his first match back in his debut for his new team, RRQ. And man, I think it doesn't get better than this for RRQ, right? For Dyron especially.
I know, it's insane. It doesn't get any better than this.
It's just so good. You expect some rust, you expect mistakes. But throughout this game at least, or this match, he's been pretty solid. And I bet overall as a team, with so much emphasis now on engaging, right? On finding big moments. Having a player like Dyron is definitely a big plus for them. He's a player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And I think his presence not only brings some emphasis to the EXP lane, it also alleviates a lot of pressure from Naomi, right? Having a player that can stay in front, take some damage, and also engage. These are all things that Naomi usually does. And maybe with this addition, the whole win condition of just following Naomi, tracking him in the jungle, and cancelling out his engage heroes, that might not be valid any longer.
It's not as simple because of how active Dyron rotates around the map. It's definitely another walking beacon that EVOS in that particular match really had to adjust with.
And he's really matured as a player, man, because again, I think if we walk back to when he was in Rebellion, this is not the type of player, this is not the type of XP laner that he was last time, right? I mean, I think we can actually draw similarities between Dyron and Aran actually, back in the day when he was in Rebellion, compared to Aran who likes to play in lane, because they're two XP laners who like to lane, who like to get advantages from the lane and use the lane to win games. What happened to that Dyron? We're seeing a so mature Dyron, you know?
Yeah, completely different person altogether. And if you look at the highlights, man, EVOS, they had moments of success, but afterwards they just overstayed. RRQ are so tanky that they're forcing EVOS Legends to overstay and allowing RRQ to bring their own backup in and just completely smash afterwards. And with that advantage, the carry special, man. I think Skylar's one of the only players right now that's still just picking this hero. I haven't seen it from a lot of the other gold laners.
It shouldn't have worked, right? Against, in this meta?
The carry?
The attack speed?
Well, I think that it really depends on what you have, right? If you have a combination that's good like the Kaja and even the Terizla here to kind of destroy enemy frontline compositions, you'll do very good. We've even seen an MPL PH. The carry has been quite popular actually in MPL PH. So again, it really depends on how your team utilizes it and how you play the game and execute it. With this lineup, it almost feels like the carry was built for this team.
Was built for the team, sort of, man. This composition was just so good because there's so many heroes in the front, right? Providing the tankiness to absorb damage. There is utility, as in looking for information, spotting out dangers around the map from Lemon on the Novaria, and of course, Min Coco on the Kaja. With the addition of Dyron, he was also being aggressive, but only at times. Other times, he just stays right next to Skylar and ensures that he is always A-OK. Taking a look at the items right here, for EVOS, Krite was trying his best. He has the core items completed, but it's just not enough, especially when the team of RRQ, they don't really stay in the range of his spells, right? They don't sit on inside the Mystic Gush, inside the second skill as well. So they didn't really receive that much damage. And in comparison, Bastion on the Kadira, we saw him try and make plays happen, right? Zone away, clear waves, but ultimately, he just could not find a hole in the defense of RRQ.
At all. What about these emblems here?
The 6 Impure Rages?
6 Impure Rages, but the weapon mastery from Veldora, that's the other component right here. He's going with an aggressive Grok build that's meant to really flank, and he almost got Lemon in that final engagement. But unfortunately, when you're building so heavily into physical which by the passive gets translated into physical defense as well, you don't really have a lot of survivability for the true damage, for the magical damage from Lemon as well. So that Novaria pick just got even more valuable. And credit to Lemon, he was landing those Astral Spheres onto everyone, but always most noticeably onto Brands. And it will take out more than 3/4 of his HP. And that is a difficult situation to play in.
Another quick QQ. Dyron,
Question.
Terizla, Impure Rage.
Very
Why?
interesting. Because he's angry.
I guess he wants to...
Thank you, Mirko. Now I get it.
My assumption is that he wants to stay on the map a lot longer. I myself do this when I'm playing a Yi, for instance. I go with the common emblem because I don't only want mana regeneration. I want the health regeneration. So with
Is
Dyron,
mana a problem for Terizla?
with him not going to base at all, maybe it is, right? He's always been very active. If he's low, he heals up from minions. He heals up from the jungle.
It's very easy to proc. The Impure Rage. It's one of the reasons, we're seeing it a lot in the jungle. The main reason is because it's very easy to proc. If you use the other emblems, let's say Lethal Ignition, right? If you use other emblems in the jungle, let's say for the Joy even, you don't proc the Lethal Ignition, you don't always proc it. Meanwhile, with the Impure Rage, it's so easy. You're constantly getting it, and you're constantly getting the value out of that emblem.
So it's better value than going for Brave Smite Terizla.
I think it depends on the game because again, we were super shocked with the 91% KP. Arashi made a good point. I think it grants him the ability, grants him the resources necessary to be that active. He doesn't need to recall. He doesn't need to back up as much as you would with other emblems. The mana is all good.
Just in case, right? It's not that he's always running out of mana, but when he needs it in a fight, it's always there. And Mirko also made a very amazing point. In the fight, he can probably proc that Impure Rage multiple times throughout the course of a long fight. So overall, compared to Brave Smite, if he's already so far ahead and he believes that he will not have any issue sustaining through a lot of this damage, I think it's a great call. And with Fairsick taking away all the focus, all the ultimates, that is exactly what happened. I don't know if it's intentional or if he went for the other reasons and then got this as an added benefit. But overall, that worked out amazingly for Dyron.
So that's a good tip for everyone out there, for you guys watching. A good tip.
Yeah.
Tip, yeah.
Yes.
But also props to Skylar. Did you see that GPM? 900. Almost outshining CW, but no, it wasn't CW. You got 1,000 GPM.
1,088. CW.
It was CW, right?
Yeah,
Oh.
1,088.
Yeah, farming at 1080p.
My man.
That's insane. But props to Skylar. He was very, very close. And on a carry, something that we don't really see too often, especially after the meta swap. But thank you, Dyron.
I have a fun fact.
Kisses.
Shoot, the only player on RQ who has yet to has yet to play is Xin.
You're
One
right.
player.
There's one player. How are they gonna make it happen, man? Before that, though, let's talk about the key to success
We
here.
don't talk about
Baxia.
SPS.
We talk about securing a proper hero for a foundation for Fairsick. RQ did that every single game. So the Baxia especially was just such a nuisance, lowers the regen, and in the current meta, and with what our EVOS was trying to do, cutting out that regeneration was so good. And along with that, the job descriptions for every single member, every single game seems on point. Even when we doubted some of the picks, eventually we were like, okay, this guy is meaning to do this. And whatever that is, he will deliver. So overall, it's a solid gameplay. And I was talking to Mirko earlier, man. Credit to RRQ for the drafts. The coach isn't in the building, and yet the drafts are so solid.
RQ are mailmen.
And it's a bit of a contrast, unfortunately, for EVOS, right? We always talked about how EVOS wins out in the drafts, and maybe the execution could use a bit of work. But in this match, I must say, it seems like RRQ are the ones with the better draft too.
They're mailmen. What? They're mailmen.
They're delivering.
They deliver.
Yeah, I got it really late. That's why I was like, oh, that's emoting. Because I just got the joke. How?
I don't want to
A
answer
little
that.
bit of a joke machine over there.
Cars? sorry. What? You said machine.
Oh my gosh. Someone needs to rein him in. I hope the standings can rein him in because I'm pretty sure his team isn't looking too good on the standings. presented to you by the I think Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Oh my god, dude.
There it is, Bigatron Alpha stepping closer and closer to the lights.
Okay. So one more loss from EVOS, and then they will be 9th, right? So there's still 8th here. They still have 4 more matches left then.
How did you calculate that so quick?
Huh?
How did you calculate that so quick?
Well, EVOS have, well, because I just look at the standings here, Eterna.
How do you do it?
Which part is
Teach me.
which part was confusing?
Okay,
4-8, 4-9, right?
Alright.
And look at the game rate here. If they lose another game, they will be below Aura Fire.
Making history
Oh,
yet again.
I
they lose
thought you
another
were
match.
calculating the rest of the matches through here.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, you can do that too. 4 plus 8, 12, right? Plus 4,
4 plus 8.
16. There are 9 teams now, so you'll meet 8 teams twice in leg 1 and leg 2 total.
16.
So you'll have 16 matches total. So 12 minus 16 equals to 4. 4 more matches.
4.
Or you could just remember what... I mean, there was an asset before the game saying 5 more matches with the Classic Derby. So
I can't
now,
calculate, I have bad
Okay.
memory and I'm lagging.
How about you read this out, Eterna? It's kind of
Alright.
interesting.
Okay, how to calculate the standings. Number 1, accumulated points. Winning a VO3 series match plus 1. If you lose, plus 0. Number 2, match win percentage. The number of matches won divided by the total number of matches played. Very straightforward. For example, if Team A has played 9 matches and wins 6 matches, and if Team AB plays 10 matches and wins 6 matches, both teams win 6 matches, but because of the difference in how many matches that they played, they have a different match win percentage. Boom. Number 3, game percentage. So this is in order, yeah?
Yep.
So accumulated point first, match win percentage, and if it's equal there, you go down to the game percentage.
Yeah, and we'll
which
have
is
more.
self-explanatory as well.
And we'll have more.
And if in game percentage they're tied in, which is very possible, especially seeing how close everyone is on the standings, you go down to number 4, which we cannot see, but we will see
There
right
it is.
now.
Boom.
There, the head-to-head.
If
What
both
is the
teams
head-to-head?
have the same match win percentage and game percentage, then the rankings will be determined by their head-to-head performance. In the previous match, Team AA won with a score of 2-0. So Team AA will be ranked first. Similarly, in the second leg, if Team AB wins the match with a score of 2-0, then Team AA and Team AB will have the same ranking.
Oof.
Wait, so what happens if...
Alphabetical.
Yeah, if all S fails, we go to alphabetical.
Because it's possible, right? Like, let's say first classical derby,
yes,
it's 2-0 RQ, and then the second it's 0-2. Then that would be the same.
Yes.
So then they go alphabetically.
Yes, and E comes first compared to R if they have the same match win and game rate. Unfortunately for EVOS, they're 8th and RQ are 2nd.
Yeah, it's pretty
Wow,
far.
that's some fun maths here with Mirko and Eterna. Didn't know Mirko was such a mathematician. But here's the chance to play out right here, and there are more serious percentages to talk about.
Oh, wait, they only have 1 more match. Bigatron have 2. Oh my god, wait.
See, you said 4. You're a liar.
EVOS F4.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't say Bigatron F4.
What is going on?
I thought he was lying to me.
The lies just don't stop. Bigatron Alpha closer and closer to the red zone. A lot of teams are welcoming them with open arms. But on the other side, though, Rebellion Zion making their way up here, joining the big 3.
Wait, there's still a chance of them. Oh, if RQ lose their next 2 matches, and if Rebellion win all their 3 matches, or if GeekFam win all their next 3 matches, yeah, it could be a 3-way tiebreaker for upper brackets, and then alphabetical could come through. Maybe if it's all like the same too, game rate and stuff.
Is that what happened last time? I remember there was a multi-way tiebreaker as well.
That was for group stage M4, I believe.
Insane.
It was Falcon and Blacklist.
It's gotta be such a confusing time, man.
And Incendio Supremacy.
Oh.
Those 3 teams.
Incendio.
3-way tie in the
See,
group
how do you
stage.
remember these things? The memory on this little I was gonna say young. Young kid.
Little is young, it's insane.
Little, I'm sorry, I didn't mean
That's his
it
new
like
castle name, Lil Mirko.
Lil Mirko.
What's up, Lil Mirko?
I mean, he does rap.
Yes.
He is a rap god in the MLBB world.
A little miracle.
It makes sense. But for tomorrow's schedule, right, the fun doesn't end here. We still have one more day to close out week number 7. And it's going to begin with Rebellion Zion versus Onyx. And then Aura versus EVOS.
Oh, battle for 8th. Just remembered. Oh my goodness. Yeah, if Aura win, they're going to be 8th. EVOS will be 9th.
Oh.
The stakes are high, but for a different reason altogether.
I don't think anyone wants to make history in this way, right? Being the first 9th place team in MPL Indonesia. Because yes, this is the first time we'll have 9 teams, and you do not want to be 9th place in the first season with 9 teams.
Exactly.
Oh man, the stakes are really high, man. Maybe even higher than today.
Could be. It's the ego, it's pride that you're defending, man. It's honor.
It's like reverse history here.
Reverse history.
People usually want to make history, and now they're like, we don't want to make this history.
Yeah.
So hopefully, we're going to see an exciting match tomorrow.
Hopefully, and I think we are going to, right?
For sure.
At this point, they have nothing to lose. They need to bring out all their cards and try to figure out, which one works.
Which one?
Which one?
I don't know. Well, the one that definitely will work is their Telkomsel card, because anywhere you go, there's just no problem. I used to use other providers, and in the basement, you can't get connection. Meanwhile, for Telkomsel and Dunia Games here, my goodness. Quota, easy, because I always buy MLB vouchers and items using Telkomsel anyways. I get additional 3 gigabytes of data quota, but I actually forgot what website I checked to buy it. You know?
It's duniagames.co.id,
there you go.
bro.
Maybe the app as well, man. And
yeah.
Honestly, the Dunia Games app is also so convenient. Another point, Mirko, I mean, I have great success finding coverage in the mountains as well.
What?
Even in the middle of nowhere, like in the middle of the sea.
Yeah.
Telkomsel works. I can
Telkomsel
still story from
amazing.
in the middle of the sea.
Well,
It's
what are
crazy.
you doing in the middle of the sea, Kadita?
I watch MPLI.
Watch MPLI.
What else would I do, right? Because the MPLI is back, and it's bigger and it's badder than ever before, because finally we get to see it live in the flesh. It's no longer an online event. It's going to be an offline event that you guys can come over to here. It's going to be in Indo, right?
It is in Indo.
It's in Indo. All right, cool. It's in Indo.
Basketball hall.
Basketball hall. And of course the GDK. GBK. And of course, I said of course like 3 4 times.
Mahaka.
No.
Bro, that's playoffs.
Oh.
My mistake. It's okay, I'll take it over. Early bird tickets are now on sale starting today. Well, actually, yesterday. Enjoy a 20% discount on all tickets now because it sells out quick. You might not get the early bird ticket. You can also get 3-day Mythic Pass for even better. The best deals there. And all you need to do is visit the website, oneesports.gg/MPLI- what year is it?
23.
23.
The ping spike strikes again.
Let's go. I'm so excited for MPLI.
Yeah, everyone is, man.
I'm so excited to see which teams go to MPLI because we still don't know.
Wait,
we know
so-
Onyx RQ. Okay.
So
But the
6
rest?
teams from Indo in the standings of playoffs or regular season?
Regular season.
Regular season.
Well, regular season already go. Eterna, they're not fighting for top 6 in playoffs. They're fighting for number 1. Like,
no, but
they're already top 6.
how many teams go to playoffs?
6.
See, I'm confused. Look, to defend my honor a little bit here as a caster, and I'm supposed to be intelligent and all that, I was confused because we had an additional team coming in,
Yeah.
and I couldn't calculate it on the fly.
Don't believe her. She's always lying. She's playing dumb. She has a degree in biotech. The hell?
Watch out.
Watch out. Whoa.
Zombie apocalypse. Soon, I don't know.
Beware, ladies
Anyway.
and gentlemen.
Anyway, it's been great fun with each and every one of you. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for supporting MPL ID. Thank you so much for supporting the casters. We love you so much. We can't tell you enough. Please get some rest because there's going to be still more epic MLBB games tomorrow. And with that being said, me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi, we're going to be signing out for today. We'll see you tomorrow to close out week number 7. Only one more week left after tomorrow, so things are gonna get even more heated than ever. And with that, MPL ID Season 12, we own this!